I think when we do something like this, there are people who will look at us and follow suit.
For now, KG says he plans to go home, share stories of his adventure, and consider his next climbs, which, he admits, will be a touch less challenging. Ari Daniel, NPR News.
You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News.
YPR is supported by Wheatgrass Books at 120 North Main in Livingston, with books for all ages, author and artist events, stationery, gifts, and more. Open daily and online at wheatgrassbooks.com.
Here's your Yellowstone Public Radio forecast for the southern portions of Montana, including Bozeman, Billings, and Miles City. I'm meteorologist Ray Miller. Partly cloudy skies tonight with a couple of isolated showers and storms. Temperatures fall back into the mid-40s. Tuesday, couple of showers possible with high temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Tuesday night, partly cloudy with temperatures in the upper 40s. Wednesday looks like a sunny day with high temperatures reaching the upper 70s. Thursday, plenty of
Community media, from my point of view, is organic.
It's power.
Public access, to me, gives me an opportunity to get my word out to the larger community of the town that I can't get to on my own.
This is good programming. This is what people say, well, how come they don't ever write anything good in the news, right? This is...
If everyone would come to order, welcome everyone. It's Monday, May 23rd, 2022. This is a regular business meeting of the Billings City Council. So welcome everyone, and if you would please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation by Councilmember Boyette. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Out of peace, we invite you to preside over this meeting tonight. Even if we have different opinions, give us a spirit of unity. Help us to listen politely to others and share their points of view. Help us to work as a unified team in combining the ideas for a greater outcome. Help us to work as a whole rather than individuals, and try to promote our own instead of trying to promote our own agendas. May we have the spirit of camaraderie in this room and work together in our shared mission. Amen.
Amen. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Shaw.
Excused.
Councilmember Gulick.
I'm here online.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Here.
Owen.
Here.
Joy.
Present.
Chariki.
I am here.
Tidswell. Here. Purinton.
Present.
Boyette.
Here.
Repsis. Here. Mayor Cole.
Here. Council, we have two sets of minutes before us. Let's handle these separately because there is a minor amendment on the May 9th minutes. First, April 25. Is there a motion or changes? Councilmember Neese.
Make a motion to approve the April 25th minutes.
Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette has the second. Is there any further discussion? If not, the motion is for approval of the April 25th minutes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. May 9th minutes, there was a minor amendment from Councilmember Repsis, and that change has been incorporated in the clerk's copy of the minutes. We got a email from Tony earlier today describing what that change is. It's just two sentences. Councilmember Repsis, you mind if I just read it into the record? This is under council courtesies. The very first bullet would be changed to say, Councilmember Repsis stated Babcock Theater had recently hosted a hive competition to help students aspiring to be entrepreneurs. Period. The top 3 students introduced themselves and explained their businesses. Period. Councilmember Repsis, is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay, so that is the only change that I'm aware of. Is there further discussion or a motion? Councilmember Neese.
Make a motion to approve the May 9th minutes with the changes as submitted by Councilmember Repsis.
Thank you. Councilmember Tidswell indicated a second. Any further discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor of approval of the April 25th minutes as amended, or I'm sorry, the May 9th minutes as amended, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Council courtesies this evening. I'll start us off. I was privileged to participate this weekend in the Reunited States American Tour that was designed to honor first responders, veterans, and local heroes at the Babcock. It was a great event, and most significantly for us tonight, though, there were 2 city employees who received awards. Battalion Chief Derek Mitchell was recognized for his work helping build resilience for mental health and PTSD and other challenges by first responders, not just in the Billings Fire Department, but all around the state. And also Randy Dvorak, one of our senior dispatchers, was recognized for her years of service, and it was a great honor to hear more about them and see them at that event. Chief Jason Lyon did a great job in introducing them and describing their accomplishments. So kudos to those 2 great city employees. Any further city or council courtesies this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on to proclamations. We do have one proclamation this month on Men's Health Week, and I know I had it here. There it is. I've got it. And the proclamation reads as follows. Despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live an average of 5 years less than women, with Native American and African American men having the lowest life expectancy. And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, a significantly disproportionate number of men compared to women have died due to the disease, owing to social factors, biological factors, and a greater reluctance to be vaccinated. And whereas educating the public and health care providers about the importance of a healthy lifestyle, regular health screenings, and early detection of male health problems will reduce male mortality rates, and whereas fathers who stay connected to their children and maintain a healthy lifestyle are more likely to be respected as role models and have happier, healthier children. And whereas Men's Health Network has worked with Congress to develop a special campaign to help educate boys, men, and their families about the importance of positive health attitudes and preventative health practices. And whereas the citizens of Billings are encouraged to educate themselves about the importance of a healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, and medical checkups, now therefore I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim June 2022 as Men's Health Month in Billings and encourage all our citizens to pursue preventative health practices and early detection efforts throughout the entire year. Then council reports. Do we have any reports from organizations that members of the council serve on behalf of the city? Councilmember Trickey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was at the Beartooth ARCAD, which stands for Resource Conservation and Development meeting in Columbus last week. The one thing, a real note that I would point out that the staff has been working on is a number of different projects which are impacting the local food market. So there was obviously ARPA dollars that came down, and they've been very busily helping small businesses get up and running, including some of the ones, and the ones in Billings are not even the majority of them. Meadowlark Brewing, Blue Creek Marbled Beef, the Yellowstone Valley Food Hub, and there are other ones too. These are just the ones that were in there. So that, and one of the ones that, like, for example, had received support in the past was Swanky Roots. So we're seeing a lot of both fresh year-round fresh vegetables being grown, but also we're starting to see animals being processed here in the area, which is a good thing. The only other good comment that I would make is that the comments from the different counties and towns around in the area in terms of what's going on there. Everybody said that housing and meth is the #1 concern, and there was pretty much a consensus that everyone is confused about cannabis. Thank you.
All right. It's good to know we have company. Any other council reports? I'll just report to the council on May 17. I attended the PCC, Policy Coordinating Committee meeting, received various updates on various transportation projects, but the two that I thought were the most relevant to this group was first that update on the Safe Routes to School study for elementary schools, and we can expect to see a report in the summer, probably around July, on that phase 1. And then secondly, staff has gone out and is working on finding a consultant for phase 2. The phase 2 was the older kids, middle schools, private schools, and county schools, that element of the Safe Routes to School. So both of those are moving ahead. Any other council reports? Don't see any, so we'll move on to the City Administrator report. Chris Kukulski.
Mayor, Council, just a few things. So first up, I'd ask the council to please remove consent agenda item 1A3. That was a bid awarding, this was the land exchange. I've talked with the landowner today on a couple of different occasions, and we would just like to bring this back to you in a few weeks for the June 13th meeting, when we've got some clarity to what the recommendation is from staff. So I won't say that they were thrilled about asking for the few weeks, but they were agreeable, provided I made a commitment, and I'm scheduled to meet with them, the family, and go over it later next week. So I'd ask that you remove that item from the agenda. Second, there are no ex parte communications that came in after 3 today. Third, next Monday, of course, is Memorial Day, so city offices will be closed, and we will not be having a council meeting. That being said, my fourth item is I've learned in my 4 years in Billings that ditches and issues with ditches, particularly the Billings Bench Water Association ditch, turns into a commonly a spring headache for them. We had their full board and myself and others up by the ditch this morning, and a headache for us. So I'm just giving you a heads up that we may need to call a special meeting, because this year I want to make sure you guys are on board with whatever we choose to do. If we need to do something in partnership with BBWA, we do have land that we're watching. It's on city property. It's technically Parkland, but it's city property immediately, in this case, north of the ditch, with a lot of earth movement and the potential for large rocks and or earth to come into and ultimately block the ditch. And if that happened, we would find ourselves in a flood situation. And so there's very serious implications on both sides. So I don't really have more information to give you tonight on it, other than to say we've had geotechs in town analyzing it last Thursday, more Friday. We were in discussions today with the ditch company and expertise at the state and kind of regional level for grant dollars and planning dollars to try to figure out how to get long-term solutions to this issue, rather than continue year after year to kind of be where we are. But just to flag that we haven't had any special meetings that had to be called emergency meetings in the 4 years I've been here, but we may need one here in the near term, and if we do, we'll get you contacted and do that. I think it's very doubtful that would be this week, possibly next week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything for Chris before we move on, Councilmember Purinton?
So Chris, are we going to, we're going to keep the Shiloh Farms annexation on, because I would assume that's what you were talking about?
No, I'm referring to 1A3, which is the terrace estate.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the ditch issue.
So that will be up to you guys if you want to ask questions and leave it on consent, or if you want it moved off of consent. But yes, I'm not asking to take it off or move it from the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then. So on item 1A3, that will be a change of our agenda. So we would need a vote to amend the agenda. Chris, if I understand your suggestion, it was to just remove it to come back at a time of your determination, but probably it'll be sooner rather than later, but not to pin down a specific date.
That would be helpful.
Okay, so that's the recommendation. Councilmember Neese?
Make a motion to remove item 1A3 from the agenda tonight and to have it brought back at determined by the city administrator when it's appropriate.
Second by Councilmember Tidswell. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll move to a vote. If in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Gillick voting in favor. That then brings us to item 1, our consent agenda. Are there separations for a separate vote on this? Councilmember Owen.
I would go ahead and remove 1AI.
1A1?
1AI. So Shiloh Farms? What? Just 1I. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, 1I.
Okay. Shiloh Farm improvements. Gotcha.
Yes, please. I would ask for separation.
Councilmember Joy?
No, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. Yes, I skipped right over that, but it's a very important one tonight. Thank you. Never mind. Well, that's complicated parliamentary speak. That's okay. We'll come back to this item and pretend like we started again. So on your agenda, for anybody who's just with us, I skipped over public comment on non-public hearing agenda items. That's very important tonight because this is your opportunity. If you're in the room with us or online, and you'd like to comment on items 1, which is a consent agenda, number 2, the Northwestern Energy easement, 6, Parks and Trails funding, and 7, the rec center on Easements Park. Now's the time to do it because we will not have a public hearing later. The other items, the zoning applications in particular, all will have separate public hearings later when we get to those items. But if anybody would like to comment now on items 1, 2, 6, or 7, please come forward. We'll just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address. It's a little bit hard because you haven't heard, for example, on the rec center, the presentation to respond to. But if you've got a time machine, you can kind of tune in into the future. You'll know exactly what was said, or try your best. But anyway, is there any public comment on those 4 items? Please come to the podium. And if there's others, please go ahead and make a little line in the back, and then we'll know you're coming. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Greg Monaco. I'm a strength conditioning specialist, a coach, and a gym owner for the past 37 years here in Billings.
Greg, what's your address?
My business address or my home address?
I guess home.
It's 2441 Greenbrier.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. My business is 777 Fitness and Wellness on 15th and Broadwater. We were in the meeting last week when they were going through the plans for the rec center, for the new rec center. And I guess basically, as representing the gym owners, our concerns are the fitness center portion of the business. We're in 100% support of the hockey, the pool, and the courts, but not the rest of it for multiple reasons. We've got a lot of research that we've done in the area as far as demographics are concerned, and it's saturated big time. So our concerns is that you're putting together something that is completely saturated in that area, and it's going to cause some problems with the existing smaller businesses that are there as far as numbers are concerned. That's what we're worried about. I'm also an exercise equipment dealer that has dealt with many rec centers in other areas, one being Cody. The Cody Rec Center watched multiple businesses go out of businesses go out of business there when they built their rec center in Cody. We've also been representation in Gillette, on the big rec center that was in Gillette, and watched the same thing happen there. So our concerns as far as the numbers, when we listened to the research that they did, there was none as far as knowing what kind of numbers that are members in this club in this town right now. And we've got a pretty good idea of what that's at. We've done a lot of demographic research on that as far as Billings in general. I've owned multiple gyms here in Billings too, so I've done my research just to figure out where they were at. So that's our biggest concern. I mean, we're in support of the other things. We're not in support of the fitness portion of it. And we've got a lot of information that we can share as far as why and the concerns of the city bringing that on, especially for being a profit center that's supposed to help the rec center. We don't believe that will happen. That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Next.
It's Sean Marshall, and I live at 6830 Shooters Bluff, Huntley, Montana. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Sean Marshall, and I'm the head coach, swim coach for Billings Aquatic Club, as well as West High School. I've been a part of the core development team for the multi-generational rec center, which they're slated to speak later on, but I wanted to kind of add in a little bit more at the beginning. And we've all been working together towards the unified goal of getting the best and most exciting generational facility to be built in Montana. All of the members of the core team are in support of each other and understand that it's not one specific user group versus another. It's actually everybody trying to get the very best with the most activities and the most sports for our Billings community. Just recently, this past weekend, I took my team to Williston, North Dakota. And we competed in a beautiful facility, which is pretty much exactly what we're looking at trying to do for Billings and our vision for the Billings community. Each day it was packed full of families and members of their community, along with surrounding community members, with constant usage all day long from all the families and everybody in the family. It was really a hub for their community and something that all of them were proud of and they could use all day long. Billings has so much to offer for our state and surrounding states in the region as a kind of central hotspot, and it's only fitting that we have kind of the most functional, multi-use recreational center for all ages and all sports, not that, just for our community, but for the surrounding region as well. And it could really bring a huge economic impact to our community and the businesses around it. On a separate note, I think probably most of you know already, but the Bozeman Swim Center, which is attached to Bozeman High School, had some structural issues, and we've lost basically one of the biggest pools in Montana for the foreseeable future. So just kind of putting that out there a little bit, but there's obviously a need for a venue and something, very brand new and exciting. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Lunn. My address is 2306 Green Valley Drive. I'm 15 years old and I'm a freshman at Billings West High School, and I've swam on Billings Aquatic Club for probably about 10 years now, and Sean's been my coach for about 7. And currently we practice at anywhere we can get our hands on. We are at Rocky, MSUB, any gyms with pools, Lake Elmo even. If we can get our swimmers in the water, we're there. And on top of that, we bounce back and forth and travel all over for meets. In negative 14-degree weather with roads that are really bad, we drive 6-7 hours to Polson, Missoula. We just went to Williston. So we have to travel all over just for a 3-day weekend where kids are getting their cuts to travel even further that we can't drive. So having a facility here that we can have all of our groups on Billings Aquatic Club to have one central location that we can go to would be like a huge benefit. And as far as like looking to the future with being able to hold state and even regionals and stuff, that brings in so many people, not only for the rec center in Billings, but the Billings community in general and all that Billings itself has to offer. And as beneficial as it would be for our swim teams, Billings, BAC, and West, it's just like a place that everyone could come together. So after COVID, getting people back out of their houses and into the community and being able to go do things, whether you're a swimmer or not, I'm sure everyone loves to swim. So you can get in and get in the water, get more interested in swimming, go winter sports that when it's negative 14 degrees outside like it gets in Billings. They have a place that they can still come in and practice and be able to compete because sports are such a big part of people's lives. And so, yeah, as long as BAC gets to practice there as well, it's huge for the high schools too. High school swimming is a huge sport that is starting to come up. It's real small, but it's getting much bigger, and high schools all around Montana would love to travel in. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dawn Gibbons. My address is 3126 Harrier Lane. I live on the west side of Billings. A few of you know me. I moved here about 3 years ago. I was prior active duty military. My husband's from Sheridan, Wyoming. We've lived all over the United States. We've lived in Virginia, California, Colorado, everywhere that the military could possibly send us. I literally had a spreadsheet when I looked at where I was going to retire and move, and Billings was pretty high on the list. I will tell you what it was short of. It was short of facilities for my children. It was short of facilities for our families. And that is what this rec center needs to bring to our community. I don't know what the presentation is going to say. I don't have that foresight to be able to predict. But I do know that I have 2 competitive gymnasts. I have 2 competitive swimmers. I have been to Gillette. I have been to Williston. I have been to Watford City. I've been to places in South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, all of which have better facilities than exist in the entirety of the state of Montana. That's unacceptable. It tells people moving into our state that we don't invest in our people. And people that are moving into our state need to know that. And there are places in Montana that have better facilities, although not quite adequate, like Bozeman and Helena and Great Falls. There is no reason that the largest city in our state shouldn't have an Olympic-sized pool. There is no reason that the largest city in our state shouldn't have a phenomenal facility for our gymnasts to go compete and hold state tryouts. I can tell you that when we went to Gillette, there were 300 to 400 gymnasts that came down to compete in that facility. That is money. That is economics. That happens on a scale for every sport that you're looking at putting into this facility. And I pray that we don't shortchange anything, that we don't put a 25-yard pool or even a 25-meter pool, that we actually put in something that is an Olympic-sized pool, that we put in a facility that will allow gymnastics to happen, that will allow hockey to happen, that will allow our children to actually participate in sports in the middle of wintertime instead of doing whatever it is that I don't want them doing. So I implore you to please prioritize this facility. I implore you to please put the right things into it that will bring our state, and not just Billings, what we need. There's no reason that a state our size shouldn't have an Olympic-sized pool for kids to compete in. And there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to host state gymnastics type meets. But beyond that, I've got elderly family, and I want them to be able to have a place in a community that they can feel home. And by putting a facility like this into our city, we're telling people that I don't know where the rest of the state invests their money in, but we will invest in us.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. Next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having us this evening. My name is Alex Tyson. I'm the Executive Director of Visit Billings, which also manages the funding for the Tourism Business Improvement District, 815 South 27th Street in Billings. I'm commenting this evening with regard to item number 7. I submitted to you a letter late last week on behalf of the Tourism Business Improvement District Board. That is why I'm here tonight, is just to make that record official today. At the May 12th, 2022 meeting of the Billings Tourism Business Improvement District Board, members took action to support the current project determinations of the South Billings Urban Renewal Association's core committee and leadership. The TBID board applauded efforts to drive sports tourism to grow the visitor economy, to offset costs of operations, while prioritizing facility needs for Billings residents. Visit Billings staff look forward to the opportunity to assist in marketing and sales of the facility and to help recruit tournaments and other sporting events to the destination. I did want to just read the official action that the board took this month. The Billings Tourism Business Improvement District Board of Directors supports the efforts of the South Billings Urban Renewal Association and City of Billings to build a sports complex for the use of residents, as well as to build the visitor economy through amateur sporting event recruitment. The Billings Tourism Business Improvement District supports the comprehensive vision for a catalytic project, including aquatics, ice, and courts as presented to the board on May 12th of 2022. Mayor and Council, I encourage you as well as our board to support this project, not only to elevate Billings in the region for sports events growth, but to also create a stronger quality of place for residents and our current and future workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment on items 1, 2, 6, or 7? Is there any further comment? Any further public comment on those items? Seeing nobody, I guess we'll close public comment on non-public hearing items and move on to item number 1. I seem to recall that there was comment about item 1I. Councilmember Rowan, have you changed your mind in the meantime?
No, Mayor.
Okay, so you'd still like to separate that item. Any further separations? Any further separations? Okay, we'll proceed to the items that have not been separated then. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve those items on the consent agenda that have not been removed for separation.
And second by Councilmember Neese. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if anybody from the Met Transit was here by chance.
Rusty's here.
I guess my thought is, and it sounds kind of crazy, but $700,000 for a parking lot to drive a bus around sounds like an exorbitant amount of money. Can you explain? It didn't say where it was going to be, first of all.
Oh, no, I apologize for that. That was overlooked down there. It's actually attached to the existing Met Transit facility. We have a vacant lot currently that's right between the main Met facility plus the animal shelter. Currently, it's if you drive past there, you'll see all 17 of those previously retired buses that have been parked in there. So what the project is doing is actually, aside from just paving it, we're opening it up to connect it to the existing facility, so it can also double as a yard for future expansion reasons as well. But it allows us the opportunity, gives us on-site location for training. We are required to train our operators annually now with the Public Transit Agency safety plan requirements in place. So that means we can have dedicated coursework that's done out there so that we can leave those set up when we're doing classroom work, go back and forth between the courses and so forth too. Right now we do train, non-CDL holders as well for that. So that helps us to have the dedicated area for that to occur. In order for us to be an actual training site for the entry-level driver training program, we do have to have a dedicated space for coursework. It's one of the requirements of that program going in. So it just helps us fulfill all of that, plus the added benefit of it being a yard if we need it for storage in the future as well. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Purington?
On A1, the fire stations, the driveways, rejecting all those bids. I see that MAC is here, I think, but I had asked Debbie about, Debbie Mailing, about one of the things that they have projected in the budget was to have a concrete team. And so I'm trying to weigh what it would be if we had our own concrete team or crew as opposed to these bids, and if it would actually be less or more. I think in the end it might be more, just because. So I don't know if anybody has any comment about, she said they'd have to do some figuring, so I don't know if any of that figuring got done.
Chris?
I don't have a certain specificity regarding dollars, but the general theme was, as you've seen, and again tonight, bids coming in extremely high or not being able to get bids. The idea of having that concrete crew is to do, particularly a lot of the smaller jobs just aren't big enough for contractors to be interested in. But it is, the whole idea is to get the job done and to have it be a cost saving versus what we've seen for not just this year, but the last few years when it comes to concrete work.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the non-separated items? I'll just mention on item 1K, Annafeld subdivision, final minor plat, just by way of a reminder that this is another common situation where we have a plat that's coming through that will have a waiver as a subdivision waiver that has a 20-year limit. But earlier, there was a waiver without a time limit as part of the annexation. So that my recommendation is we just include language in those two waivers, making it clear that both apply, and the later one does not replace the earlier one. I don't think we have to worry about it in this one, but just we wouldn't want the 20-year one to be interpreted as eliminating the earlier one that does not have the time limitation. And we can just address that in the language of those documents. Any further discussion? Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, I had that note as well. I thank you for bringing it up again. I think that's a couple times now we brought this up and it hasn't been taken care of. And so I hope the staff hears us. And the next time I would recommend we actually separate those and put our recommendation changes in it.
Okay.
I did have a question for, I think it was facilities handled the change orders on the hail claims. It looks like Madison Associates on both of those items, they underestimated that. When a company does that and it causes a delay like that, Chris, do you know if they're put on some kind of list so that we can make sure that, we know whether this company is doing a good job for, for the city or not? Or do we just continue to use the low bid if they find out, we find out later on they're kind of really costing us more because they're delaying the work?
So Mayor and Councilmember Neese, we are conscientious of lowest responsible bidder. So the key in the statute and the staff's approach is it's not just simply low bid because and so if companies do develop a reputation for not serving us well, then we consider that as we do work. But I also would be careful to say there's not a blacklist, if you will. There's a conscientiousness of work and quality of work and qualified bidders, and I see you've got Jessica here to help me out. So
yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Councilmember Neese, those estimates we got, that was actually our insurance company hired them to do the estimates, and then these were done now 2 years ago when they did the initial surveys. So they surveyed all our properties, they did the estimates, and that's what they did our settlement amount based on. And now we're going back and finding that it's actually costing a lot more than what they thought it was going to cost, and now we're making sure to rectify that through the process.
Okay, it was interesting because it was the insurance company who said that they messed up. So
Jessica, are you saying that insurance companies' adjusters will sometimes say things cost less than they really do?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Okay.
And one more question for Jessica while she's up there. And this is, we're making this amendment for the law and justice on 1E, which is great. I think we need to move forward and stuff. But if we can, in the memo, if we can know what the budget is for that and how much was spent of the budget, it helps. I think sometimes we see that in Public Works. We kind of know how much money is left as we continue on. So that's just a helpful thing to look at. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll proceed to a vote then on the non-separated items. That's everything other than item 1I. If in favor of approval of those items, please say aye. Aye. And if opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to item 1I. Councilmember Rowan, you had the separation. Would you like to start us off on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had a question. I see Debbie's on. I don't know if Debbie intends to answer questions or if somebody else gets to answer these, but I'm a little, I'm just curious as to how this agreement unfolded. When last we were here, there were some concerns about the addition of an indemnification clause at the end, which seems to have gotten worked out agreeably to all parties. But I'm more concerned about language earlier in the agreement about behavior around the BBWA canals. So my concern specifically is how the language for the, particularly paragraph 7 came about. did we have a negotiation where the developer, the city, and BBWA were all together at a table trying to work out how this would unfold along the canal? Or did the city meet with the BBWA and then negotiate on their behalf? Because I think the latter presents a problem. And given that we know development along the canal is going to continue to be an issue, I want to make sure that the city doesn't put itself in a position of being an agent of a private sector entity. So whomever, Chris, Mac, Debbie, have at it.
So I'll give the first crack at it. I had a chance to talk to Debbie a little before we started, and Max stepping up here. What I understood is there was not a meeting, there was not a negotiating with all three parties. There also, though, wasn't we'll negotiate on your behalf, BBWA, can you tell us what you want? My understanding of my conversation with Debbie was these things that you see in paragraph 7 are pretty common and logical. And so we were comfortable that these are preventative measures from causing issues generally with the ditch. So we did have a conversation about that sensitivity of were we acting on behalf of that third party. And I don't believe we did not represent ourselves that way. Mac, anything you'd add to it? Okay. So not exactly, I mean, it's kind of a hybrid between what you just described. Possibly we could, someone could challenge, did we negotiate on their behalf? But it wasn't something where we sat down with the BBWA and then sat down with them, but also all three parties weren't together.
Because I think it's not problematic if the city were to bring in people who have, frustrations and try to work it all out together. Sure. But I can't imagine a scenario, for example, in which the city would represent, Yellowstone River Parks Association or other similar entities. And so I just want to make sure that we're real clear as development unfolds along the canal needs to negotiate for its own issues, and we don't carry that water. So that was the only concern that I wanted to bring up, Mayor, and just to make sure that we were keeping ourselves in our own lane.
Thank you.
And I agree completely. They definitely need to watch after their interests. The goal here, from my perspective, though, is watching after the city's interests, because we're the ones who end up approving those developments. Right. So we have a mutual interest, I guess you could say. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve annexation agreement with Shiloh Farms, LLC for improvements located along the west side of Shiloh Road and north of Zoo Drive.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Joy, second by Councilmember Neese. Further discussion? Any discussion? Councilmember Rupsis.
I'll just say for the record that I've been against this development, I think, since the first hearing, and I continue to be. I just don't think this is the right type of development in the right place for this. Not only the ditch issues with safety, but distance from fire and police services, an island of residential in the middle of nowhere where other residential won't really ever be, no connectivity to services, anything like that. It's just not the right place for this type of development. So I'll continue to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Pearson.
And my main concern is the ditch. That's the only concern I have, really. So I know I voted for this, but I think I might change my vote this time. So.
Further discussion? Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? All right, we'll ask for a show of hands. First, the motion is for approval. So those in favor of the approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the motion, council members Neese Owen, Joy Cole, Chiriki, and Boyette. And Council Member Gillick. Yes. Mm-hmm. And resume. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Tidswell, Purington, and Rupsis. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That concludes item 1 and brings us to item 2 on the regular agenda. Denise, would you read item number 2?
Yes, Mayor. Utility easement with Northwestern Energy for overhead electric cables located in Parkland along 36th Street West from Monad Road to Central Avenue. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening. Approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Debbie, go ahead.
Notice that Debbie's not standing here.
Oh.
So Debbie is on Zoom, but I made a commitment to her that I was going to try to get through this meeting without making her speak because of the ditch. I had her in a few other Zoom meetings today, and she does not sound good, and she is not feeling good. So I'm going to try to cover intro here on this presentation. We got folks from Northwest Energy, as well as Mark Jarvis will be presenting one of the slides that we're going to go through here. So first slide here. So the conversation, this is a follow-up to a conversation regarding a utility easement for Northwest Energy. And I realized the request was to put this on a work session item. This is, and yet with the budget and with the unique situation, we did put it on this agenda tonight to possibly get this resolved. And where we're going to kind of start out is though statutorily there's a significant difference between right-of-way, and we're going to get to that in the next slide as far as what the law, state law says about right-of-way, and a difference between that and the mandate for parkland and fee land as far as doing easements. I think we've got a scenario here where it feels more like a right-of-way area than it does like a parkland. In fact, it's a long strip immediately adjacent to a right-of-way. So in this case, if we are to still, and we have the right to do so, not move forward, they just have to slide it over a few feet and put it in the right of way. So in this case, state law, and I apologize, it's fairly small print, but the bottom line is that statute section 69-4-101 of Montana Code Annotated, that first paragraph says essentially, if it is right of way, you have to provide access to it. We cannot prevent that. So I've taken just a handful of calls from, we got a project going on with fiber. I've had a few landowners ask, can we stop this from happening? And I've reminded them, not in Montana. The statute requires us to provide access. So that's what that first paragraph is. The second paragraph, 69-4-102, talks about the ability to require new subdivisions, new service areas to be underground when technically and economically feasible. So the next slide here is going to define, the statute defines technically and economically feasible. So pretty specific definitions for both. And bottom line is on the economically feasible, if you're more than 2 times the cost, then you can't mandate it. And then Northwest Energy will talk about the areas where a requirement in new development to go underground doesn't mean the cost is just shifted to the broader utility customers. The cost is borne by the developer or the landowner, the people who buy the lots there. So we've got these thresholds for technically feasible and economically feasible. Next slide. So for us, so we, like several other cities in Montana, do share an ordinance or have an ordinance that does require that new utility services be underground. And so I do think at times this creates some thought or confusion. Oh, we can mandate everything go underground anywhere. And it really ties directly back to the statute as far as new. And then in our conversations, we sat down and met with Northwestern Energy. Generally speaking, with some exceptions of transmission lines and things of that nature, they're fine to put it underground. They're just going to they're going to expect us to be the ones to bear that cost. And that cost is quite significant, which they can speak to much better than me. So next slide. So just to let you know, we're fairly consistent with several other communities in Montana. We just pulled a few here. Missoula quotes right out of statute. Great Falls, Kalispell, familiar with Bozeman's, pretty similar to what we have. So next slide. Now Parkland, I'm going to have Mark Jarvis cover what rule we have as far as, because we do have a resolution dealing with easements in parks. Mark cover that, and then I think the next handful of slides are going to be Northwestern Energy's, and then we'll circle back to answer questions for you. So Mark.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So a little bit of history about this utility easement in Parkland. For a number of years, we've had issues with utility companies coming into Parkland doing whatever they needed to do, and then leaving, frankly, a mess for us to have to clean up. And our goal with developing this easement policy and requiring them to get easements through the parks is so that we can coordinate better with them, so that we can put those easements in places that won't interfere with park use and with activities going on in the parks. So in the resolution, we wanted a more structured, uniform, and consistent management of the existing and future utilities across and in the parklands. The city staff is to communicate and work with the utility companies to minimize damage and ensure that the parkland is restored to a safe and usable condition as existing and future easements are used by the utility companies. Also, we wanted to have an efficient process for the granting and management of future utility easements in the city parks and management of the existing utilities located there. So our effort is to work with the utilities so that we know when they'll be in there, so we can have inspections with them before they go in and after they're finished to make sure that the restoration is done adequately and in a safe manner. So that's the primary thrust for this easement policy that we had.
That's it. So I think next up is Northwestern Energy. Northwestern are going to talk about some of the differences between underground and overhead utilities.
Yes. Hi, Cody Lux of Northwestern Energy, construction manager here. So one thing I want to talk about is the cost. There's two different types of costs that we have for our construction. Obviously, there's customer and there's a Northwestern Energy. So as far as the customer, they're the cost causer. So basically 100% of the cost that we have to incur basically to do the construction would be borne onto the developer, the customer in that case. Northwestern Energy, we're obviously looking to improve our system, reliability, making ties electrically and stuff like that. So Northwestern Energy has their own projects as well, our capital improvement projects. So those costs are, gathered up into buckets and stuff, and then basically those are put back onto our rate base or our rate payers for all of our customers in Montana. So two different costs there. Reliability is more reliable to have our electric heavy feeder lines in an overhead application rather than underground. What I mean by heavy feeder, meaning that it's not through a subdivision. This is going to be packing multiple subdivisions together. So we prefer that to be overhead. Overhead poles and lines typically last longer compared to underground. So obviously the wires are going to be sticking up there for a long time. The poles obviously need to be replaced. People hit them and get weatherized, stuff like that. So, but they do last longer than the underground wire itself. It is easier and faster to repair overhead lines. We can see everything that's carrying the energy versus seeing just the junction can locations that we have. So basically, if we have a trouble in the middle of the night, we have no idea where it's at currently today. We only know that if people call into our call center that where people are out of power, so we send our servicemen out and take a look at it. Obviously, we can see the overhead lines. If a tree goes through it, a pole is down on the ground or something like that, super easy, versus a junction can or wire under the ground. We have no idea where it's at. So there's obviously testing procedures that we go through to figure out where the bad cable is underground. But and then this feeder tie that we're making will help the overall reliability of the west end of Billings and create better opportunities for sustaining power during an electrical emergency. So if this line will tie two of our substations together, which is one of our substations is on Shiloh and Grand, and our other substation is on Shiloh and King. So this will make another tie to both of them in case of an emergency, someone hits a pole, one of our substation goes down. This will be one of our heavy feeders that will be going out and around. So next slide. Aesthetics, I know obviously everybody doesn't like to be looking at a power pole. We get it, or the lines that go through it type of a deal. Currently in the process of moving to Billings right now and Bozeman right now. I live right across the street from a heavy feeder right now. You know, I have to look through it to see the mountains in Bozeman. So I definitely get it. Even though I work at Northwestern Energy, I prefer them overhead. So typical construction is overhead that we like to. Obviously the newer subdivisions, those are underground along with other smaller commercial developments as well. If the existing feeders are already overhead, then we extend them in overhead fashion. Unless, like I went back to the costs, if if it's the customer or if it's Northwestern Energy. So we have to bear in mind our cost, our ratepayers in Montana. So Pioneer Park, I want to bring this up. Obviously, if we wanted to bring a new heavy feeder through there or whatnot, we probably wouldn't be doing it overhead. Multiple reasons. You have children playing in there, kites could be going through there, trees could be going through there, what have you. So if we had to, for some reason, go through the middle of it, obviously we'd be putting it underground. So we know when and where to be putting stuff underground. In other communities, specifically in Bozeman, there's up in Big Sky, there's a complete system with underground, so obviously we have to continue underground. So this neighborhood there already has an overhead line. It's easier, cheaper for us to build a line through there. So lastly is safety. Obviously it's going to be further away from the traffic if we get this easement. And then typical underground construction has these cans at the intersections. And so obviously with snow and ice and people driving, these cans do get hit quite often. So we try to minimize those. Obviously people can hit the power poles as well, but we try to design those poles away from the intersections versus a can. We have to be going underground and making a nice intersection. So that'd be another thing is safety. So.
All right, got the last few, and then we'll be up to answer questions. Kind of a repeat. So city options, as I said, fee in Parkland is different statutorily and by our own rules than right-of-way. And in this case, you'll see on the next slide, technically we're not a hybrid, but it's a unique situation that we have. So when you go to the next slide, you'll see that this Parkland runs adjacent to the street. And it runs the full length. I'm not certain how far this stretch is. King to Central. So it's bizarre. I mean, who knows what the speculation is other than I might speculate if this was a newer subdivision or if they had to do Parkland, that we let them make this dedication for the Parkland, which I wouldn't recommend, but that's what was allowed back then. So we've got this long, what looks like wider right-of-way, when technically it's a park. So by the rules, there's a difference as to whether we could say no. We don't have to allow them to run the easement through here. But just immediately to, I'm guessing that's the east, you do have public right-of-way, and so they could run the poles between the sidewalk and the curb. So next slide. So easement options, approve the easement on negotiated terms, or have Northwestern Energy move into the right-of-way. If we were to, and then in that right-of-way, if we're still to insist on underground, that's going to be at our cost. And I'm not aware that we have a way to recoup that. And so, next slide. That may be it. So, three of us are happy to answer questions for you and go from there.
Okay, we've got some questions. After we have some questions, there is no hearing on this, so we don't have to open it for public comment. Councilmember Ripsis, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, just two questions on the policy. First off, Michael, thank you for emailing that to us. Two questions on the policy. 1B says a non-service easement may be granted in the event there are no other possible routes, but we certainly have another possible route through the right-of-way. Policy 1N says all cable installations shall be underground and in conduit. I'm kind of wondering why this was even brought to us, if we've got policy that says this shouldn't have been brought to us. And what do we do when we're faced with something that is apparently against city policy?
Mark, can we help me out there?
Okay.
as I was reviewing that, I was looking at the policy, and see if I can get to that. In the policy on N, it was what you had stated there. However, in the actual easement document, it talks about item 9, all underground wires and cable installation shall be in conduit. So the two aren't consistent. And I think, at least when this was being put together, the intent was as it was written in the easement document.
So Mark, are you suggesting we didn't intend to mandate that it be underground if it was in a park?
As we were putting this together, yes, we were trying to locate those utilities. We would prefer them to be underground if we can, but...
I'm sorry, just to follow up.
Yeah, Councilmember Rupson, I was a little confused, Mark, because you were talking about the agreement, number 9, but I think we're talking about the policy. So, but Councilmember Rupson, maybe you can...
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. I mean, the policy was what was approved by council via resolution a while ago, and I'm not necessarily going to question that, but I mean, that's what they passed. So they passed the resolution that said anything through Parkland will be underground and in conduit. Perhaps the easement agreement wasn't written consistent with policy? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I am just guessing here that the two were inconsistent with each other. And as we were developing this, we had more of the intent in the easement document that all underground wire and cable installation shall be in conduit.
And Mark, can you explain how that, so Councilor Ripsis is saying there's two things in the policy, and maybe we could bring up a copy of the policy, because I don't have that in front of me. I was very small print, but if we could put it up there. But he was saying that the policy only allows for easements if there are in the parks, if there's no other option. That's one concern. And then second, that it has to be underground. So his concern is that both of those, or neither of those apply. It seems there is another option, and this one is not underground. So isn't what's being asked here inconsistent with our policy?
It's the resolution. We're trying to pull it up. Sorry, Mayor, we're trying to pull it up right now. We've got it in an email from late last week.
And I don't have a copy in front of me, so I'm just going by.
We should be able to pull it up on the screen.
Description.
Sorry, Debbie would like to give us some information.
Okay, Debbie Melling, Public Works Director, is on. Debbie, can you shed some light?
And I can't speak to the policy, but I would like to say in this particular case, their option, which there is absolutely a readily available option, is to move closer to the road. Putting that pole line in that small space between the sidewalk and the curb is not a better location. It'll be in the clear zone. It could possibly get hit. Obviously, it's not a good thing to have a hazard like that right off of our sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the road. So yes, I think this is kind of a unique case where it's not like it's through the middle of a park where the other option is to go around a long ways or less attractive. The other option is very, very close, practically the same place, and it'll be overhead, and we won't have a say in that at all.
And I apologize for making you repeat yourself, Debbie, but you're saying that putting it in the right-of-way is less safe, and so it's technically there's an option, but it's not a good option. Is that right?
That's yes. Exactly right. It would be better to have it on the back side of the sidewalk, which in this case, as strange as it is Parkland.
Okay.
And Mayor and Council, what I'm hearing is, what we should have clarified, if I understand correctly, is we should have clarified that we're recommending going contrary to our own policy, because technically our policy is if it's in the park, it needs to go underground. But in this circumstance, as Debbie's explaining it, it may make sense to deviate from that because of just the reality of how this configuration works. And I apologize if we didn't get that, we did not point that out, that it's contrary to our adopted resolution.
Okay, could you go back to 1B, Kevin, if you're scrolling? We'll just try to take these one at a time. So Roman numeral 3B is the one Councilmember Ripsis was referring to, and just reading that out loud, says a non-service easement may be granted in the event there are no other possible routes outside parklands available. The utility company shall complete an easement request form for review and recommendation by staff. So I guess through the lens of hindsight, that would be better to say no other reasonable routes or good routes or something routes, as something not quite so absolute as this. Okay, Councilor Ripsis, what was your, and then the other was the underground, that was
3N.
3N?
And that was the one with the underground. Yeah.
And 3N says all cable installation shall be underground and in conduit. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Owen.
I just want to see if we can cut to the chase here. The point is Northwestern Energy is going to get its way. Is that right? Right. I mean, it doesn't matter what the neighborhood think. It doesn't matter what council thinks. Northwestern Energy is going to do what it wants to do.
I think in this circumstance, it makes sense that we would allow them to slide over instead of going between, making it more dangerous by going between the sidewalk and the curb line.
Do they have any obligation to notify the neighbors? Are people just going to wake up one morning and there's a power line outside their window?
I'm not certain of that. I would think they have a protocol for notifying neighbors as they're working in the right of way, but I would leave that to offer any feedback on processes that they use to notify folks.
Sorry. Yeah, typically we notify our customers that we're going to be working in the area. If they're not our customers, we have no way to reach out to them, but in this particular subdivision, we do have them as an electrical customer, so we can and will notify them of, polls, but I think as far as like any law and stuff, we don't really have to, but we like to be a good neighbor. We're in the community as well. I'm moving to Billings as well, so I don't want to be a good neighbor to my fellow neighbors.
So is the notification we're working in your area, or is the notification we're putting a power line through the only little piece of green space you thought you had? What's the nature of the notification?
Typically we'll be saying that we're going to be installing a new electrical line in your facility. And so whether that be, underground or overhead type of a deal. So this, yeah.
So they'll understand what Northwestern Energy is doing, despite the city's wishes.
I would hope to.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Okay, Gina, can you comment on our legal ability to vary from our policy? Does it have any binding effect on us? Do we have any obligation to change policy first if we're going to run counter to it? I don't see how we can interpret this as anything other than inconsistent with this policy. Can you comment?
Well, I can comment. I haven't, I didn't think about this issue because I didn't know you were going to ask that question, but clearly, as you just said, the policy is the policy, and council would be acting inconsistent with that policy, but you are the legislative body. You can make those decisions. I don't believe that it would set a precedent because you do have the policy and you have the reasons on the record for why you needed to act in the way that you acted. So I don't believe that it would actually set a precedent, so to speak, that another utility or another person could try and rely upon later.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for staff or our Northwestern Energy representative? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. This has brought up a lot of different questions, but I agree with Tom on this and Councilmember Owen, although I don't agree they'll hopefully not get their way on this, but Chris, I heard the Northwest Energy gentleman mention that two different costs, capital passed on to ratepayer, passed on to ratepayers and property developers, things like that, and the other is, the usage goes on ratepayers. But you kept saying that if we have them do it underground, the city has to pay that cost, so I'm a little confused on when you're saying the city has to pay the cost versus Northwest Energy saying, no, whatever the cost of putting this underground, it sounds like it'll be passed on to the ratepayers.
So, Councilmember Neese, I guess I would rely on Northwestern Energy. I may have misspoken and say it's my understanding that they would not bear the cost, that being Northwestern Energy, but hopefully I'm wrong.
Okay. Can we have Northwest Energy answer that? Who's actually bears the cost of putting this underground?
To be putting this underground in this particular application would probably be the city, because we've already went through capital budgets and everything. We've already installed everything from Monet all the way down to King right now. We put in new poles, new wires and everything else, and what was holding us up was this 20-foot Parkland, basically. So we didn't realize it until the 9th hour type of deal, but our quick, easy solution would be to go in the right of way. Obviously, safety concerns, other concerns that I brought up earlier today, but so it would be the city's responsibility in this case. But
so if we deny it in the parkland, but you put it in the, can we require you to put it in the right of way underground?
No.
So you'd put it in above ground in the right of way.
Correct.
Okay. And then I think there was someone mentioned that, and it wasn't mentioned here, but I was told that there was, this is expanding the lines. So are there additional power lines running down this road now? And if so, where are they?
I believe there are. They are just to serve that subdivision, so they're not considered a heavy feeder. They are underground though, so contrary to what we're doing here, but basically there's two types of systems, to put it really cut and dry here. There's a 200 amp system and there's a 600 amp system, what we call it. 200 amp is what your subdivisions are going to be, what this building is fed off and stuff like that. 600 amp feeder is what we call our heavy feeder, so it's our big gauge wire that we want to be tying basically two different substations together, two different massive developments, stuff like that. So those heavy feeders, like I said, can be picking up multiple subdivisions at the same time. That's how we'd be able to feed long distances, basically. So.
Okay, I want to follow up with some of the questions that Councilmember Owen mentioned about the notice to public. It's one thing when Northwest Energy has a right to put it in the right of way and the public can't do anything about it. But it's different when we're now moving the utility line into the backyards practically of the residents who live there, and we haven't notified before we're having a public hearing about this, so they can actually come and see and hear, we can hear the opinion of the public. And so I think this is, when she asked about the notification, I think you're right. Once it gets approved, then you go build it and you can notify them, and they have no say at that point in time. I think if there was a reason, I think if you're going to move that, is there any requirement for the Northwest Energy to notify those neighbors that are close by when you're doing work outside of the right of way?
Not necessarily, not in any law that I know of, basically. So as long as we have a utility easement, we'd be able to occupy it for the public utility. I mean, we're here to serve our customers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll just comment, because I'm so old. I remember when Northwestern Energy put up the major line on Grand from Shiloh to wherever it terminates, but approximately 32nd Street. And it was the very large silver towers. And they just appeared one day. And the city administrator at the time, Tina Volek, famously said that the first time she knew that those were coming was when she saw them going up. And my recollection is that the city at that time developed a voluntary agreement, because there was no notification requirement, where Northwestern Energy would agree to at least give the city a heads up on this. But I don't have a copy of that. I don't remember the details of it, but it is the sort of thing we should pull out, but it would be highly voluntary on the part of Northwestern is my recollection. So that's just my, but while we've got you, and it's Cody?
Yes.
Cody, what are we talking about dollars? This is a high-power line. It's got to cost that much more to bury it. From Monad to Central, what's the approximate cost above ground? What's the approximate cost underground?
The total cost right now that we have budgeted is about $450,000. So to be going underground with that would be about 3 to 4 times that amount. So you're talking $1.2 million north of that. So quite a bit of money, let alone not only the cost, but also getting the materials here. If we ordered materials today, it would be next year. So we obviously have the money budgeted for this year to be able to do that. So can I comment on your other comment earlier, Mayor?
Please.
Me moving from Bozeman to Billings, I worked in the Big Sky area, and I know there's a lot of sensitive customers up there as well. We put in a new substation right in the people's backyards. I stood outside of people's backyards, looked at the substation, and yeah, you could see it. It did not look good and everything, but at the same time, we want to be building a reliable, robust system for them. So coming to Billings, and this being kind of my first project, if you will, I just started here April 4th. So this being my first project, I kind of see that, you know, myself as the construction manager for Northwestern Energy need to be working with the city on notifying them of, hey, this is the projects we're doing in the future. This is what we've been doing in Bozeman, actually, for the last couple of years, is having a yearly meeting or every 6 months. Meeting with them and saying, hey, here's our projects, this is what we got going on, here's our polls and here's our stuff. Here's our options and stuff like that. So, and usually we disclose our prices and everything like that as well to say, hey, we are throwing some money into our system and into our community here as well. So I think going forward, I think that would be better off. And I think to the other chambers' comments as well, I think that would be very good going forward. So.
Okay, thank you. Back, Councilmember Boyette and Rupsis.
I'd like to make a motion if it's appropriate. I move to approve the utility easement with Northwest Energy for overhead electric cables located in Parkland along 36th Street West from Monad to Central Avenue as recommended by staff.
Motion made. Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, quick question on that. I'm sorry.
We need a
no, I'm not
paragraph. There's a second. Is there a second? Councilmember Treaky. Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, Councilmember Rupsis had his hand up before me, so I'll let, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I apologize. I should recognize. Councilmember Rupsis.
Yeah, actually, I had a question for Cody. If you had to say, what's the plan north of Central? You get to Central and then what? We're just done, or where's it going from there?
That's where the substation feeder, it's our Meridian substation. That is where our feeder not necessarily ends, but it meets up with other overhead electrical lines right now.
You don't need to keep going north from there or east-west? You're already connected?
Nope, no need from that. So basically our heavy feeder along Central goes east and west there. So we just need to be able to connect to it from King. So
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you. It seems pretty basic. Either we're going to have a telephone pole next to the street, or we're going to have a telephone pole 6 feet away where it's safer to drive, and the way people in Billings drive, I'd rather have it 6 feet away. And it's on land that people don't really use anyway. Half the time, everywhere I drive around Billings, there's a fight over who's going to have to cut and take care of that property. So I think we're still going to have it regardless, so we might as well take the best shot.
Thank you, Councilmember Rupsis and Councilmember Neese.
Is the city receiving any fees for this at all, for the time that it's there?
Nominal, I think, is a $100 fee.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for Gina.
Okay, Gina?
Gina, regarding the policy was put in by resolution. There typically is a public hearing for resolutions. Is that correct?
Not always. It
Not
depends.
always?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not required.
It's not required. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rupsis, did you have something further, or?
No, but I would just point out that it seems like about half the P&Ds we've had this year had this exact type of parkland right along an arterial. So this isn't an isolated case. This is kind of the standard case that we kind of keep approving. So I think we just need to be aware that we're kind of setting ourselves up for more of this in the future.
Thank you. My comment would be that if this motion passes, and I will vote in favor of it for the reasons stated by Councilmember Boyette, we need to come back to this agreement, or I'm sorry, come back to the policy and revise the policy so that it is clear that we have more flexibility on whether to approve it. It's not so black and white, and also whether to bury it, because we could have neighbors appearing saying you are committed by policy to incur this additional cost, whether you want it or not. So we need to have some level of discretion built into our policy on these issues. Councilmember Gulick, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, it sounds pretty clear that the policy that we created for the parks, for easements, did not anticipate this circumstance. And I think, the primary reason is that we don't think of parks, when we think about parks, we don't think about this kind of scenario. Honestly, this kind of strip of land doesn't provide a lot of value to anybody. It's just, someone's got to take care of it, right? And we kind of allow that. And to Councilmember Roops' point, we have seen other projects that we've approved that have the strip of parkland along there as well. I think this is the fact that we have parkland along this street that is basically just a bunch of plastic fencing because there's a bunch of backyards facing it is a symptom of a kind of a poor quality development pattern. And there's just not really any placemaking there. I don't think this is a place where it's worth spending certainly public dollars to try to prevent it from getting worse, just given that it's not very high quality land to begin with. But I do find it troubling that we have a development pattern that we have parks staff, taxpayer money going into maintaining something so kind of marginal. So I think, well, I was hopeful that our new zoning ordinances would be kind of reducing some of this pattern that we're seeing here. But as Councilmember Roots pointed out, we've actually had the same thing be brought before the council recently. So I not a fan of this kind of development, and we'll be pointing this out in the future. In the meantime, I guess I don't really have any good solution, I guess, to offer. So anyhow.
Okay, Councilmember Nice. I'm sorry, Councilmember Rowan.
Sorry. So I agree. I am going to reluctantly vote for this because I think Debbie's point is the most persuasive. I don't want to see this in the street right away. But I think this really points to what Councilmember Rupes has been saying, that these single strips of P1 land are useless. And I'm concerned that it allows Northwestern to essentially minimally serve a new subdivision, wait for a strip of P1 and then throw it up all overhead. So I really hope we do exactly what the mayor said and come back to this policy in the future and find a better way to develop in our areas. That said, Gina, do you think we need to amend our motion to specifically waive the policy in order to approve this? Do we need to be very clear that this is a one-time suspension of the policy in the motion?
Councilmember Owen, I don't think that you need to, but it couldn't hurt, and it would be a good idea.
Okay, I guess obviously that begs the question about whether we can just tag that on as a friendly amendment. Councilmember Boyette, with language to that effect, do you have any problem with that? You do not. Councilmember Tricky, do you have any problem with including language that this is approved in recognition of it's contrary to the policy, but it's a one-time departure, something to that effect? With the exact language to be determined by the city attorney. You're okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so that's the motion. Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. someone who sat in this chair before used to say the devils are in the details. And as we found when we last approved the Northwest agreement we had with them, if you look at the building, they're increasing the size of the platform. It's bringing higher than it was. I don't see the berms being built yet. Maybe that's still yet to come. But there's a lot there that is really changing the view shed of that whole area up there. And one of the things I'm concerned about here is we have, again, these neighbors have not been notified. I probably would vote for this if the neighbors came here, we had a public hearing, they heard about it, and they realized the public safety was important for these poles not being right next to the road. However, the details on this is, maybe I'm wrong in this, but I don't see where these poles are going to be put. Are they going to be put right next to the plastic fence? Are they going to just be put on the other side of the sidewalk? I think we need to specify, where these poles are going to be put so we don't have them right in the backyard of these neighbors. And so I don't think I want to support this, but, is there an agreement here that says where these will be put? Anyone can answer that.
Yeah, let's hear from our Northwestern engineer, Cody.
Sure. Yeah, so basically our poles are engineered right now to be about a foot and a half, maybe 2 feet on the backside of the sidewalk right now. So, which is technically within the parkland. All we would have to do is basically go on the other side of the sidewalk, maybe give it a foot or so, and technically we would be within the city right away, so, for the public right away.
So I'm sorry, approximately how far from the sidewalk toward the private fence line would the poles be?
I believe it's a 20-foot wide swath that the Parkland has, I believe there. So really, we're going to be 15 feet away from it. So as I understand it, the sidewalk is within the right-of-way, and basically we just want to be 1 foot on the other side of that. So technically, our pole would be in the Parkland easement, and then technically our overhang easement. We have to watch about the overhang easement. That would only be about 4.5 feet into it. So really, we're talking a matter of 6 feet. Is what we're talking about here. So.
Okay, so the pole will be quite close to the sidewalk.
Okay, so, and that brings up another issue because sidewalks are too narrow in this town. If we've talked about sidewalks a lot, about how the fact that they're not compliant with a lot of the different rules around the nation. And we have 5-foot sidewalks and they should be 7 or 6 or 7 foot. And so if we're going to ever expand sidewalks there, we got poles in the ground, then now we're going to have sidewalks going around poles. And so again, this is something that I don't think has been thought about and considered enough. And I really think the neighbors need to be at this hearing to talk about that. So I would make a motion to postpone this for a public hearing, and that's what I'd like to see happen. And with the residents being notified of the changes coming to them. If there's no second, it won't move from there.
Okay, motion is to postpone this, it would, I guess this would replace the earlier motion for approval.
Substitute motion, correct.
And have a public hearing, make sure that neighbors have notification. Is there a second? Don't see that second, so that dies for lack of a second. Councilmember Tricky.
I would like to point out that we are conflating a whole bunch of different issues that are being managed at different levels of government. If I understand this correctly, if this was right-of-way instead of a park, the first thing we would have noticed about it being done is that the poles showed up. The only reason we are having this conversation and have an ability to get into the middle of this is because we had a policy that Councilmember Ripsis and Councilmember Gulick have pointed out is not exactly a great policy for having parks. But, if we want to actually control all the utility poles and sightings around the entire city, then we should put, 1 foot of parkland across right next to all of our right-of-ways. So there are a number of different things that are bouncing back and forth here that we cannot fix tonight. And it annoys me when we sit here and we try to fix these things for a one-off deal. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the parks policy. Absolutely. If we want to, let's get involved in the conversation about what rights does the power company have to to put utility lines in wherever and however. Frankly, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with it. So, I mean, let's move on, people.
Okay, so the motion is still before us, is for approval. Councilmember Boyette's motion. Further discussion on the motion? Is there further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, Councilor Bernice?
I would like to amend the motion to include that the specification of what the Northwest Energy said, that the poles will only go within 1 to 2 feet of the city sidewalk. To ensure that somewhere down the road, an engineer doesn't change their mind and say, well, the agreement allows it to put anywhere we want, and we actually have that. That way, at least we know it's going to be where it is. Because like you say, from when you look at what they've done up in the other work.
The motion doesn't have a second.
Okay, that's the motion.
Okay, and Councilmember Neese, I'll just, I think what he said would be about 1 to 2 feet inside the right-of-way, which may not be the same as the sidewalk.
Correct, that's correct, inside the right-of-way, correct.
So is that your motion?
That would be my amendment to the motion.
Okay, so the motion would be just to specify that the poles would be within 2 feet of the edge of the right-of-way. Is there a second to that? And if there is, I'll ask Northwestern Energy, Cody, to see if he has any objection to that. Councilmember Rupsis? Okay, so there's a second. So, Cody, can you just, after Councilmember Rupsis, you wanted to comment?
Cody, please. But yeah, looking, I mean, along where those poles are between King and Modad, they are right on the sidewalk, within 1 to 2 feet. So, and some of them look like they're actually touching the sidewalk. But if you wanted to comment on that, is that going to continue to be the pattern from Monad up to Central?
We can definitely take a look at moving them further away, but then you're getting closer to the houses and stuff like that. So.
I think the point is we want them as close to that sidewalk as we can. Yeah.
Sure, and I believe that's how they're designed right now. So I know that our lands and permitting lady, Callista Montgomery, she's been working with the city surveyor, and so I know that they have a really good surveyed out route. I apologize, I don't have that with me today or up on the screen or whatnot, but I believe it does say within, basically back of sidewalk within a foot or two, something like that. So,
Cody, how wide are these poles?
Probably 1.5 to 2 feet in diameter on the ground. So like right at the ground level.
Okay, so if they all had to be within that 2 feet, you really would be right against the sidewalk. I'm not sure is that a good idea? If we wanted to limit you to be comfortable but still close to the sidewalk, what's the distance that we should say?
We'd prefer a good 6 inches, so that way if you guys need to replace the sidewalk or whatever, it's easier, and for us to replace the poles, basically. So we don't want to be right up against it, excuse me.
Okay. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like a clarification in the motion. The motion used the word right-of-way. Right-of-way is not the motion that was presented, which is in the Parkland. So I don't understand the motion. If you're using the words right-of-way, you're referring to a different portion of land than the land that's actually being used, which is Parkland. So I need a clarification. I'm very not sure of what you mean by the words right-of-way. Thank you.
Councilmember Joy, I'll attempt and see whether Councilmember Bernice agrees. The right-of-way is where the road and sidewalk goes, and it's either in fee or by an easement. I understood Councilmember Bernice's motion to require that it would go outside the right-of-way within the 2-foot strip outside of the right-of-way in the parkland.
That's correct.
In the parkland,
yep.
The outer 2 feet of the parkland.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, is that motion clear? Okay. All right, if we're ready to vote, so this is again just on the motion to amend the underlying motion. So if in favor of that motion, require that location within the outer 2 feet of the parkland, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, just to be clear, if in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Neese, Owen, Cole, Tidswell, Boyette, and Rupsis, and
I thought I heard it.
and Councilmember Gulick. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Joy, Tariki, and Purington. So the motion passes. The underlying motion has been amended. Council, are we ready to vote on the underlying amended motion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think that what I will vote for this motion, but the reason I voted against the amendment is because there seems to be an underlying distrust in that motion. We have the construction engineer standing here telling us a commitment to what it is that Northwest Energy would like to do. We have members of this council who have a commitment to serve the interests of the city of Billings. I don't see the reason to make that antagonistic. And the underlying, the amendment to that motion sounded as if there were a great deal of distrust. I think moving forward, we should always look to find that place of both trust and cooperation. And we are in charge of not the power of this city, but I think the people, the constituents we represent certainly do want power. When it goes out, we do notice that our constituents are not happy without power. So I think that this is a matter of cooperation and collaborative attitude that needs to go into what we do as a city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, ready to vote? Councilor Purington?
I was going to call.
Okay, all right. So again, the motion, the amended motion, does everybody understand? Does anybody need me to restate it? No one's asking that it be restated, so if in favor of the amended motion, please say, and let's raise your hands. Please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Niso and Joy, Cole, Tidswell, Purington, Boyette, Ripsis, and Councilmember Berg-Gulick. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmember Tariki. Councilmember Tidswell, did I get you on?
You got me.
Yay or nay?
I'm a yay.
He's a yay. Okay, so motion passes. That concludes item 3. Phew, something like that. Or item number 2. I'm ready, yeah, if I wish. Denise, would you read item number 3?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1013, a zone change located at 527 Lake Elmo Drive. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
For anyone who's watching on television, your television is not frozen. It's just we're waiting for the PowerPoint to load. Okay, our presentation tonight is by Nicole Cromwell, our zoning coordinator. Nicole.
Thank you. I had no idea I was being AV. So, sorry for the delay. This is a zone change for 527 Lake Elmo Drive. It's currently zoned Neighborhood 2, Mid-Century Neighborhood. The proposed zoning is neighborhood mixed use. The owners are Stephen and Kyle Beyondich. The Zoning Commission held its public hearing on May 3rd and is forwarding a recommendation to you of approval to change the zoning to neighborhood mixed use. It allows offices, medical or professional offices, mixed uses in the same structure, such as residential and commercial or residential and retail. And it has a limited selection of commercial uses and retail uses. The proposed use is for professional therapy offices, is an allowed use in this zone district. The intent is to update and remodel the existing structure, not to expand it at all from the outside, to retain that residential look and feel. The property does share a driveway with the adjacent neighbor. There was no objection from that neighbor to the proposed zoning, and any traffic increases should be minimal. This is a subject property on 527. It shows the zoning. There is mixed residential zoning on the west side of Lake Elmo Drive, as well as neighborhood mixed use on the west side. That is the Martial Arts Academy. Directly adjacent to the north and east and south is heavy commercial zoning, and those are lumber yards. They have lay down yards. It's definitely a heavy commercial use directly adjacent there. These properties were zoned highway commercial under the previous zoning for the city of Billings. Our corollary zone, the heavy commercial zone, no longer allows residential uses, single family or two family by right. So when we updated the zoning, we ensured that those residential homes could be conforming to the new zoning. So this is kind of a natural progression from a residential zone to a mixed use zone to allow that incremental increase in the intensity of this property. Here's an aerial view. It shows ProBuild is directly to the east and north. Tractor Supply is south. The Martial Arts Academy on the west side of Lake Elmo Drive. And then the new Trilogy townhomes are further to the north on the east side of Lake Elmo Drive. The Zoning Commission is recommending approval. It meets the growth policy in the Billings Heights Neighborhood Plan. One of the kind of highlights of that Heights Plan was to allow mixed uses and more intense uses between Main Street and those parallel streets of Bench Boulevard and Lake Elmo Drive. So this fits perfectly within that plan document. It is compatible with the adjacent uses and zoning. Any improvements to that existing structure would require proportionate compliance with our new site development standards. We don't know what those are at the moment, but we'll figure that out when it comes time for the building permit. And it is an orderly transition from residential to office uses. Here's the subject property from Lake Elmo Drive. It's the home on the left there. That's the back of ProBuild's building there at the east property line, so it's right up against there. This is looking north on Lake Elmo Drive. You can see those new townhomes in the background. Northwest across Lake Elmo Drive, those are existing multifamily apartments. Directly across the street, and then south and west across Lake Elmo, there's the adjacent residential home that shares the driveway with this property. Here are your zone change criteria. The findings recommended by the Zoning Commission are in your staff report. And again, here is the zoning map and the aerial map, and I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Do you have any questions for Nicole? Don't see any questions, so we'll move on to a public hearing. This is a public hearing on item number 3, zone change 1013. Is there anybody who would like to be heard? If so, please come to the podium and tell us your name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Is there any public hearing on, or any public comment on item number 3? Don't see any, so we'll close the public hearing, come back to council. Council, how would you like to proceed? Councilmember Owen?
I'm prepared to make a motion unless other council members had questions. Okay. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance for zone change 1013 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Second.
Motion made, Councilmember Owen, seconded by Councilmember Neese. Motion is to be in favor, consistent with staff recommendation. Any discussion? Is there any discussion? Councilmember Neese.
No, I'm glad to see this happen. This has been an area that I've driven by often, and on my way home up to our ward, and I've always wondered when this would be developed into more of a kind of a like around it. So I think this is a good thing to see this part of the heights being developed that way. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. Okay, the motion is for approval. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item number 3. Denise, would you read item number 4?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1014, a zone change located at 3038 Central Avenue. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
Karen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a zone change that is being requested on the north 4.5 acres certificate of survey 2991. Prior to project recode, it was residential professional on the north side and neighborhood commercial and residential multifamily restricted to the south. Currently, the south 4.81 acres is already in the NX3 zone district. If approved, this zone change will allow continued development of the property similar to the phase 1 of the Hunter Point Apartments to the west. Currently, that was phase 1 of Hunters Point Apartments. Currently, phase 2 is being developed on the southern portion of the property. And if this is approved, they will continue with phase 3 to the north. I have some photos for you. This is looking south across the subject property. And this is looking north across Central. This is to the east. This is the commercial development to the east and to the west. The Zoning Commission held their public hearing and is forwarding a recommendation of approval based on the 10 review criteria detailed in your staff report. It meets the growth policy and allows a developer to adjust to market conditions. Adjacent uses in zoning are compatible. The NX3 allows for 5 or more dwelling units per structure. Those units can be rental or owner occupied. And some special review uses are allowed, including community residential facilities, churches, daycare centers, and bed and breakfast. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and our applicant's agent is online as well.
Okay, do we have any questions for Karen? Member Parrington.
So Karen, I drive by that area quite a bit, and they're already constructing there. They're building. What are they building?
That would be the phase 2 portion to the south side.
It looks like it's right on Central.
So they may have the fencing up. They may be you can move dirt if you want to. That doesn't mean that you can start developing, but the southern portion is already being developed.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So this whole thing is Hunters Point. The whole phases, they're all, because I looked up 3038 LLC or Central LLC, and it's not in our Secretary of State's listing. So I wasn't sure about who these people were. So
Our applicant's agent, Bob Carlisle, is online and would be happy to answer questions. He has the details of the development and how they started.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Puritan, would you like Bob to introduce himself?
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Carlisle.
Brian.
Or, I'm sorry, Brian. It's all,
Brian Carlisle, yeah, no worries.
It's all yours.
Let's see if I can get my video going here. Yeah, okay. I am the applicant, yes. I am based out of Salt Lake City. That's where I am right now. We would like to rezone this northern portion. Originally, we had assumed we would develop it or sell it off as kind of storage units. And our first and second phase, our second phase is under construction. Our first phase, there's just been so much demand for it, and we build apartments. That's kind of what we do. We realized it would be great to be able to do a third phase as well. We've seen a lot of demand for the second phase. It's also going up, and so this would kind of allow us to kind of match what we're doing in that second phase. I could show a rendering. I don't know if I can share my screen, but I could show kind of a picture of what we want to be, what we're doing in that second phase, and we would just kind of match that in our third phase.
Councilor Puritan?
So in just looking at the schematics that we received, I don't see more than one access in to off of Central. And is there any hookup with Sweetwater? Or will it go over as far as Brookshire? I think it's Brookshire. So it just seems like it's this long, narrow piece, but there's not any true access other than one off of Central.
I don't have a site plan pulled up of the area, but we would plan on having, so there's the access off the east side, which we're using for phase 2, but we would put another access in phase 3. We're planning on doing one kind of right in the middle. That's what we were kind of approved for when we were going to plat it for storage units. So phase 3 would be accessed from Central. It will have shared access to phase 2, possibly phase 1 as well. It hasn't fully been site planned, but that will give 2 access points to phase 3 and 2.
Okay.
Answer your question.
Well, other than hooking up with, I think it's Sweetwater to the west or Brookshire to the east, will there not be access to those 2 streets?
I don't believe there is. I need to pull up a map to see that. Sorry.
Okay. Further questions? Councilmember Bernice?
Yeah, since I have the applicant online, I would like to ask a question. As we saw this, there was quite a bit of commercial and housing in there, but I hate to see some of our commercial go away on some of our arterial streets. And if I understand correctly, and Wyatt, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but CMU 1 allowed commercial on the bottom and residential on the top if they wanted to build like an apartment-style building. Is that correct, Wyatt?
Are you asking me? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm asking Wyatt right now.
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, yeah, the CMU 1, there's the opportunity for commercial mixed use.
Okay.
And which was the earlier zoning. This is focusing primarily on the residential multifamily higher density, which in different areas like this along an arterial is also an appropriate type of use.
Okay. And so I guess the question to the applicant is, I know you were trying to lease out some of the space or sell it to that, but was there any appetite for you to actually retain some of the commercial and still do maybe high-rise residential with commercial on the bottom, at least along the arterial there? And this is for the applicant.
Yeah, no, we've done that a few times in the past, not been very successful. We feel like, we prefer to just kind of stick to the residential. We've had struggles renting out vertical mixed use in the past. Typically our tenants, they've been kind of possibly hairdressers, or I don't know. I mean, we struggle with that, so we prefer not to. I guess that's the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I did have another question for Wyatt, if you don't mind.
Okay, Councilor Manise?
Wyatt, I could have brought this up in the last application, but it appeared to be on this one and the prior item, the public or the neighborhood meetings were Zoom only. I think if I read the information correct, I could be wrong on that, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed to me like they're Zoom only. And during the pandemic, I agreed that we needed to do something to keep it Zoom only. Even we did that, but now we're back to kind of a mixed meeting. I think it's really important we get back to and retain the neighborhood in face-to-face meetings. Zoom is an option, great. I think if they want to make Zoom as an option, maybe the developer doesn't want to fly out or owner doesn't want to fly out, great, they can Zoom in and have their local developer host it. But are these, first of all, are these only Zoom only meetings, and are we allowing the developers to do that? Or is there something we need to do as a council to make sure that there's a public engagement, physical public engagement at these neighborhood meetings?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, I'll actually have to follow up on the neighborhood meetings and what they're doing, whether it's Zoom or in person or hybrid. Okay. That's outside of, in terms of the public hearing requirements that we have for our zoning commission and these meetings, but we can check and follow up.
That would be great to get back to us on that.
That's doing, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or questions before we go to our public hearing on this item? Don't see any further questions for staff or the developer, so we will open this up for item number 4 for public hearing. If anybody is with us who would like to comment on item number 4, the zone change 1014, please come to the podium. Just ask you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. Is there any public comment on item number 4? Nobody is coming forward, so we'll close the public hearing and back to staff. Councilmember Boyette, or I'm sorry, back to council. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance of zone change 1014 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the zoning commission.
Okay, and Councilmember Ripsis put up a couple fingers, which we'll interpret to mean not peace, but second. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ripsis.
I would just say that I only heard from one resident, nearby residents about this development, and he wasn't terribly in favor. He lives across the street to the north of Central Avenue. But, as far as everything we've been discussing, this is perfectly consistent with development in this area and meets, I think, all the conditions of approval. So I'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Yeah, we can get her done. Would you please read item number 5, Denise?
Yes, public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1015, a zone change located at 1411 Emma Drive. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of zoning commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Back with Karen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This looks familiar to you. I'm sure we just recently this year had a zone change on Emma Heights subdivision, zone change 1007. And during the application process, there were so many property owners and parcels included that this particular property was left out of that application. So this is in an effort to accommodate that same property owner that was left off of that application. It's on the corner of Emma and Columbine. And this is showing the previous zone change. All of the parcels that are outlined in orange are currently in the N3 district after zone change 1007. And the remaining 6 parcels that are still in the NX, in the N2, are developed as duplex townhomes. You can see them noted. Also, the property to the north is already built, so those are already built out. This is a subject property. This is looking northeast. And this is looking east on Emma to the south and west on Emma Avenue. The Zoning Commission held their public hearing and are forwarding a recommendation of approval based on the 10 criteria. This meets the criteria of the growth policy and the Billings Heights neighborhood plan. The adjacent uses and zoning are compatible with the change. And zone change 1007 was approved earlier this year for adjacent properties to the west, properties to the south, along with the majority of the undeveloped parcels in the first filing of this subdivision. And that concludes my presentation, if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions for Karen? Don't see any, so we'll move to, go, Councilor Ripsis.
Thank you. Karen, the property owner made a couple assertions that I wondered if you could address. They said that they believed they would have a different appraisal value if it was N2 versus N3, and that they were concerned that they couldn't rebuild the exact house in the event of a disaster if they weren't rezoned. Is there any truth or you know?
Staff is currently researching that, and so far we have no evidence that would, the zoning would affect the value in an appraisal. This particular property, we gave her several options because there are stipulations in the new zoning code that would allow for her to rebuild because this property was constructed prior to recode, and it meets all the criteria for several different options. In other words, without going into all those details, it could be rebuilt as it stands.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll open up for public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to comment on item number 5? If so, please come forward. Just tell us your name and address, please.
Penny Levy, 1411 Emma. It's my property. So I'm a real estate broker to begin with, and I also contacted 3 appraisers because I wanted to know exactly, and I also called the Montana Department of Insurance, which I've been an insurance agent since September 22nd, 1981. So I'd like to find all the facts. So I was told by 3 appraisers, separate appraisers, told me that a mid-century zone would more than likely appraise less. The criteria for mid-century, which my house is not built as a mid-century house, my garage sets out further and it's not built according to a mid-century zoning house. And so that is my reasoning, plus it's kind of silly for my house to be the only house in that subdivision with a different zone. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment on item number 5? Don't see anybody coming forward, so I'll close the public hearing and back to council. Council Member Neese.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a first reading ordinance of zone change 1015 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by Zoning Commission.
Second.
Motion made, seconded by Councilmember Owen. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ripsis.
Yeah, I just want to express one quick concern. I'm going to end up supporting this, and it's okay. I think in terms of consistency throughout the neighborhood, I think that's important. So for that reason, I'll support it. But I am a little bit concerned about the precedence of allowing a property owner to come forward and say, you know what, I think my property would appraise more as an N3 than an N2, and I'd like to have it rezoned. My house has a garage that sits out front and probably doesn't fit those kind of N2 type characteristics, but, you know, I'm just a little bit concerned about, I hope we don't see a rash of people coming forward and saying, I want to be in an N3 instead of an N2 for whatever reason. So like I said, I'll support this for consistency's sake, but I sure hope we don't go there.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Purington?
Thank you. And I think Nicole has left the building. Okay, so this, and Karen, I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but I know that whenever we did all of the recode, that was one of the things that Nicole was trying to accomplish, was that historical data. And I think at that point, I think that subdivision was primarily into, and they were building duplexes. Can you set me straight on that one? And then R7, okay. Which allowed duplexes. But I think he also had some single-family homes in there.
Almost all. Correct.
And so so to me, that was one of those mistakes, if you will, of recode, is that having, the single-family, but yet not knowing in the future what the gentleman wanted, the developer, I can't think of his name, wanted to do. So I don't know that that's a true statement that, I'll shut up and let you talk.
Well, what's important to understand is that the residential 7,000 allowed single families as well as two families. And in the N2, N3 situation, the N2 allows duplexes, and we could not take a property owner's right away from being able to build as a duplex. And that's why they established that, because they had already started building some of the duplex lots at that time.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Ready to proceed to a vote. Councilmember Bernice?
Yes, I just want to say one more comment, not for you, Karen. As for regarding appraisal values and values, whether it's N2, N3, and things like that, I think that's really subjective unless you get an appraisal opinion. And I think the problem that we need to make sure is that when we don't talk about it within our decision-making because it's not proven, not only in that, but also I've seen it in the developer side talking about it. I've seen it in our staff reports talking about it. Anytime that value is brought up like that, I think it should not be considered, because unless there's an appraisal in there stating what that value is going up or down, that the professionals have that. And so I would encourage us, as not just in this decision, but any decision within this future decision the staff brings to us, do not mention the value. This is going to increase the neighborhood value or decrease it, whatever. So thank you.
Very good. Councilor, we'll move to a vote then. The motion is for approval, item number 5, consistent with staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Council, that concludes item number 5. This is our traditional time to take a break, and so let's do that now. We'll come back for our final items 6 and 7 as soon as we can at 7:34. So we'll be back by as close to 7:40 as we can. Okay. Yeah, that's you. Welcome back, everybody. We left off with item number 6. And looks like Mike Whitaker, our Parks Director, is ready to rock and roll. So we'll just turn it over to you, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to talk about Parks, Recreation, and Trail funding issues. I'm just going to share that. Oh, okay.
And Mike, while you're getting ready for that, I'm just going to kind of alert council. Council, technically, there is no public hearing on this, but I noticed that people have arrived to observe and maybe comment. So after we've had our staff presentation on both item number 6 and number 7, I will ask council whether they would like to have a vote to amend our agenda to continue the comment period for non-public hearing items first at the conclusion of this item 6 and then again at the item number 7. So just kind of giving you a little bit of a warning on that. You can think about that. So when you're ready, Mike, it's all yours.
Like I stated before, I'll be talking about Parks, Recreation, and Trail funding issues. One of the 2022-2023 City Council strategies and priorities is to increase parks, trails, recreation, and cultural investments. This includes the determination of the level of capital improvement to be proposed to the voters in 2023 for the multi-generational recreation center and a corresponding strategy for executing on those capital investments. The determination of the level of capital investment to be proposed to voters in 2023 for additional park and trail development and a corresponding strategy for executing on those capital investments, and the determination of the level of maintenance and operation expenses for parks, trails, and recreation facilities to be proposed to voters in 2023 to meet the needs of our community long-term. The City of Billings has an incredible opportunity to chart the course for the Parks and Recreation Department into the future. Billings founders had the foresight and inspiration to build large community parks like Pioneer, South, and North that have benefited generations of citizens and still play a major role in improving the quality of life today. Additionally, the city has grown a robust recreation division that provides hundreds of opportunities for citizens, both young and old, to enjoy. With the city's continued growth, we have the chance to build a parks and recreation system that will continue to make Billings an incredible place to live for current and future generations. The current challenges facing the Parks and Recreation Department can be separated into 3 key areas. The first area, current funding levels are below national standards identified by the National Recreation and Parks Association. These standards will be described more fully in future presentations. Park District 1 is set to expire in 2024 and will result in a $3 million plus reduction to the department's annual operating and capital budgets, representing around 30% of the total budget, and there are no current funding mechanisms for new parks, trails, and recreation facilities. Solution. Despite the challenges described, the city has an opportunity to establish equitable funding mechanisms that will ensure existing facilities and programs are maintained and new amenities are developed. These challenges and solutions will be defined over 4 work sessions during 2022. Billings has a chance to improve on our founder's vision by creating new spaces similar to Pioneer Park that will benefit residents in the Heights and West End. This will make Billings an even better place to live for current and future generations. The first work session will cover the proposed recreation center programming, estimated project cost, and cost recovery. Dusty Eaton from A&E Design will be providing the City Council an update on the rec center following this presentation. The second work session will cover our department overview and funding issues. The third work session will cover park operations and development tools. And the fourth work session will cover park development and funding recommendations. That's an overview on how we're going to proceed forward. And if there's any question, I'll take any questions you might have.
Okay, so Mike, item number 7 is the first work session.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're not wasting any time getting to item, the multi-generation rec center component. So I guess this is just a little bit of an overview. Any questions for Mike? Councilmember Tricky.
I just need to get clear in my head. So the budget year 2024, PD1 can still be used that year, or is 23 the last year we're going to be able to use it?
It's calendar year 24 when it goes away. So fiscal year 24, I believe we still can use it.
So fiscal year 23 will be the last full year we'll be able to use it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mike about any of this? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, can you summarize those three again? I think I caught the below funding national standards, PD1 expires. What was the third?
First one, like you stated, Councilmember, current funding levels are below national standards identified by the National Recreation and Parks Association. The Park District 1 is set to expire in calendar year 2024 and will result in a $3 million reduction to departments' annual operating and capital budgets, representing approximately 30% of the total budget. And as everyone knows, there are no current funding mechanisms for new parks, trails, and recreation facilities.
Okay, Mayor, just to follow up on that. So yeah, no current, at least there's not going to be any current in the future when PD1 expires. But on the funding below national standards, I'd like to get into a little bit more of that. I don't know if you're going to bring that to us more, but if you look at the national standards of what, the parks may be, New York City may be doing versus Billings, Montana, the wages are a whole lot different in New York City than Billings, Montana. The property is different,
Mr. Mayor, this question that he's asking is clearly states in there that they're going to go into more detail in the future. Do we need to do that again tonight?
Well, that's up to the council. So go ahead, Councilman.
And so what I'm asking is when you bring that back to us, is we really make sure we're cost averaging or indexing it for Billings, Montana, when we look at those national averages. Okay, so when we hear, because I think I've heard this before, how the national average spans a certain dollar amount per acre of parks, but we'd like to make sure that it's indexed for Billings, Montana, and what the residents and the cost of living and stuff like that is here. So that's something, as I noticed that, I would like to see that when you get into more detail on that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments for Mike? Councilmember Purinton?
Well, and I just wanted to agree with Roy on that, because whenever you start looking at national standards, there's probably a lot of things that Billings falls behind on, but there are other things that I think were exceptional. So I do hope that it will be brought to the standard of something, for Montana. Thank you.
Sure. Anything else, Council, about this plan going forward? About how often are we going to see these presentations? Either Mike or Chris, every 2 weeks then we'll move on to number 2, and then number 3, and then number 4? Are they going to be grouped, or a month between them, or what's the timing, or do we know?
Well, Mayor and Council, we'll be sitting down and looking at the overall agenda schedules and see where best it fits in.
I think generally you're probably talking 4 to 6 weeks between sessions. We will not be doing 4 sessions back to back.
Okay. All right, Councilor Tidswell?
Yeah, excuse me, what are you doing as a Parks Department to educate, notify the public of what's going on with people?
Councilmember Tidswell, we will continue to utilize our Parks and Recreation Board to get the information out. But we can also continue to make an effort to get the information out other ways, like our website, our social media page. We have around 11,000 followers on Facebook. So we will make an effort to get that information out.
I think it's huge. I think it's very important. Very important. Thank you.
Councilor Joy, you had some? No? Okay. Back to Councilmember Neese.
Thanks. And one other thing, I guess when we get to session 4 and you talk about park development funding recommendations, as far as the no current funds, I think it'll be helpful if we know as far as what the state legislature, because a lot of this is a lot of what we can do is regulated by the state. We can't just come up with something unless the voters approve it. So it would be helpful to know how we can help contact our state legislators and work for ways to fund the parks in some other way. Because right now we know the park and lieu is as a problem, and that should be changed or updated. It's been years since that's been changed. I'm just thinking one thing that can change on that. So those are the kind of things I hope you bring back to us, how we can actually contact the state to help with some of these funding issues. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further for Mike? I don't see anything else, Mike, so I'm just going to ask the public, this is the big picture on park funding. Our next item deals with the Southside Rec Center. Is there anybody who wanted to comment on this item before we move to the Rec Center? If not, I'm not going to worry about it, but there'll be an opportunity later if the council agrees. Okay, I don't see anybody rushing forward on this item. This is not an action item, it's just an update to council. Are you ready to move on? Okay, so we'll conclude, say that concludes item number 6 and move to item number 7. This is a more detailed discussion of the rec center. And Chris, Dusty is moving toward the podium. Should I let him, or
Yes.
did you want to?
Not only let him, we need him to move towards the podium. Here's our consultant and leader of many, many months, actually years of work, and then the most latest. So we're excited to present to you an update on the progress that Dusty and the committee has been making.
Wonderful.
Dusty.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm thrilled to be here tonight to provide an update on the good work that's been done by so many people in the community on the South Billings multi-generational recreation facility. So, did you say that? Just a quick comment. In addition to me being here, I have a couple of our other consultants on the Zoom, should any questions arise for them. And then we also have some of our core team members here. So I'm going to give a quick update on the work that's been done, where we are in the process, and then a couple of our core team members are going to speak on behalf of the project.
I'm trying.
All right.
That's what we're waiting. When was that? PowerPoint sent us, was it sent something? Oh, no, it's the CA. Okay, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. We are ready to roll here. So just as a reminder of this has been a project that's been in the works for quite some time, and really there's been a lot of thought and consideration back starting with the fall of. Let's go back here. Put it back one. There we go. In the fall of 2017, there was a study completed that we have talked about in the past, and then really rolling through, in later 2017, the Parks and Rec adopted the Recreation Center as a key foundation of their master plan moving forward. Property was acquired adjacent to Amen Park in 2018. Then in the fall of 2018, we did a master plan study for this very project. That was completed in 2019, and now we're furthering that work with this concept design phase for the project. So if we just really sum up the project goal, it's to create a multi-generational indoor recreation center that reflects the needs of the Billings residents, while also building our tourism economy through amateur sporting event recruitment. This has been a goal that's established and refined by the work of the core team and supported in large part by the community, as we'll talk about here tonight. When we started this process, both the master plan and now recently this concept design phase, we said the essential tenet of this project being successful is that it's a reflection of the Billings residents. What people want, what we knew that defining that, really understanding and seeking as much public comment through that process as we could is critical, right? We need people to buy in and support a facility like this. And there's a wide range of programs that we can put into this, so we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence in defining what the residents want. So in the spring of 2022, we did another statistically valid survey that went out, and we received 555 survey responses back. We did a previous one in 2019, so intentionally using that as comparative data to see if anything changed through the process. Just a couple of highlights. The survey is long. We actually have the statistics survey consultant on the phone should you have any questions for them. It's a lengthy document. I just pulled a few key takeaways out. Unmet needs rating for recreation facilities and amenities here in Billings. So they have a scoring system that identifies, and you can see as we work from the top down, the highest unmet need has a score of 100 and then reaching down. So indoor family leisure activity pool, indoor exercise or lap swimming, following that, elevated indoor track, which that is consistent with the #1 activity in national trends is indoor walk jog activity, gym court sports, indoor ice skating rink, followed by exercise studio and just generally activity space. Then if you look at the importance rating for recreation facilities and amenities, this has a series of kind of objective data that goes into identifying the most important factors that the survey respondents identify. Some similarities here, there's a few that jump around, but generally you start to see the trend: indoor family leisure activity pool, lap swimming, gym court sports, open fitness area, group fitness, indoor track, and ice skating rink, hitting kind of the top few there. And then if you consolidate all that into the top priorities for investment, this is, again, kind of an objective tool provided by ETC Consulting, where it looks at both the high-ranking elements, program amenities, and the unmet needs within the survey, and then identifies what the highest priorities should be for investment within our community. So again, a lot of the key programs that are surfacing there: leisure activity pool, lap swimming, gym, elevated indoor track, open fitness area, group fitness, and ice skating, along with the multi-generational activity spaces. So then, interestingly, we had the 2019 data. We did a comparison on 2022 to 2019, and the blue is 2022, the red is 2019. Really the key here, I know it's a little hard to read, the key takeaways, a lot of similarities between 2019 and 2022, with a few significant upticks in pool, ice, fitness, and community space needs. And then if we sum that all up into people's top 4 choices for program spaces within the center, again, comparing 2022 to 2019, significant uptick in pool, ice, fitness, and community space needs. So we recently held a community meeting. I know many of you were there in attendance. it was remarkable to see the support for this project coming out. You're always unsure when we hold a community meeting like this how many people we're going to get on an evening, and it was shoulder to shoulder in that library room. It was really great to see. We had a couple of boards where people could write on sticky notes and post feedback and comments and additional thoughts. And we have multiple layers deep. Clearly, our boards were not large enough of sticky notes of support for the project, ideas, amenity, feedback, what people will use. And again, it's just really getting at the heart of, we want to create a facility that reflects the Billings residents. So now thinking about those spaces that people identified as top priorities, looking at what those spaces can feel like. These are precedent images showing the types of spaces that we have been talking about among the core team and how those would fit into a facility like this. So the first is a leisure pool, again, providing a wide range of activities. This is from senior aerobics to learn to swim programs and really everything in between. And then competition pool. We know there's a strong need for a place to have swim meets and be a competitive attraction within the region that would fulfill this need in the community. Party rooms, again, this is actually one of the highest revenue generating components within the facility, and a big need for an additional space supporting a well-rounded recreational facility. The walk jog track, as we mentioned. Courts, there's a large need. We continue to hear it. It's hard to find court space in Billings, and this would really go a long ways to fulfilling that need, both as just Billings residents looking for open court time, but also being large enough to host a tournament. Ice rink, same thing, really supporting an additional ice rink in addition to Centennial, and being able to be a regional attraction for hockey tournaments. Group fitness as well as open fitness. Again, one of the needs identified from the community survey. And then looking at some of these great kind of support spaces, these are the spaces between spaces, thinking about how a recreation center becomes well-rounded in having programs for all ages. When, say, an older kid is in a basketball tournament, the younger kids have something like this, indoor clip and climb space. These are really providing that wide range for all age types. On our team is some national recreation consultants, and these become some of the most popular spaces within these rec centers around the country. And then community meeting space. This is supporting the need that was identified on the survey as just senior activity space, as well as just generally community space for a host of different events. So if we take all that, we look at the survey input that we've received and these types of spaces, the core team has done a tremendous amount of work in exploring how those all fit together and what our priorities should be. So looking to our base program as it stands right now is, remember, we're still midstream through this process, will be completed later this summer. So this is purely an update, and it's a constant evolution as we have core team meetings and we're test fitting and we're exploring the impacts of each of these program amenities and how big they are. So base program features as it currently stands, we have a gymnasium space with 4 collegiate-sized courts that can be turned into 8 cross courts for the smaller courts sizes for basketball, volleyball, a natatorium with an 8-lane by 25-yard competition pool with 300 spectator seats, and then a 4,000 square foot leisure pool with play features and a slide, that type of thing. Fitness center, both open fitness and group exercise studio, a competition ice rink with spectator seating and support spaces, team rooms, lockers, that type of thing. And then community spaces within, with the party room, these large flex spaces, and then the kind of entry welcoming space, this kind of community living room for gathering, and then being really thoughtful about how this facility can expand and grow so that we make sure that whatever we do today can actually accommodate growth into the future. And as we'll see in a minute, the site allows that in a really good way. So if we look at the building layout, this is what I would call an update from the master plan as we've continued to refine that. So I'm going to walk through try to describe this for anybody on the Zoom. As you come into the middle of the building, we have our main entry here with kind of this primary circulation axis. So thinking about how to make this building as efficient as possible, both from a square footage standpoint, but also from a staffing standpoint. Staffing being one of the largest costs in the facility, that we can have a centrally located check-in desk that can really serve as a key point that can see everywhere in the facility. On the left, the lower left corner here, we have the aquatics, both competition and leisure pool. The darker blue is the locker rooms, kind of taking this whole area of the plan for aquatics. On the upper left, you'll see in red the court spaces. You'll see the larger kind of collegiate size court running over top of the 8 red blocks. So you have 4 larger courts, 8 cross courts. And then to the right in blue, you can see the ice rink and support spaces, the locker room, team rooms. And then right off of the main circulation, open fitness, we'll have concessions and, I'm sorry, not open fitness, but the clip and climb area, the kids area, again, being right off the main lobby. And if we look to the upper floor, we have our open fitness area on the second level. It looks down over aquatics and the gym space, and then a indoor walk jog track around the perimeter of the courts. All open, 2-story volume. And when we look at how that sits on the site, as a reminder, the site was land that was acquired by the city on the east side of Amen Park. And that has been kind of the basis for which we've been exploring how this building sits onto the site. And here you'll see tucked into that site, bordering all of the field space at Amen Park. It's an incredible opportunity as thinking about creating an indoor-outdoor recreation facility that really capitalizes on our adjacencies and thinks about now we can create this regional hub that's second to none, right? When we think about the ability to spill outside and have that right outside the both east and north, west and north doors of this, that means from a design perspective, we really need to think about now, how do we take advantage of plaza spaces, creating not really a single front door to the facility, as it were, but circulation passing through this building and welcoming people from the Amen Park side into this facility with plaza space and outdoor areas as well. Parking, you can see stretches kind of along the east side here, and this project can be phased. So you'll see on the plan there was a dashed line for a second sheet of ice up here. For example, we have opportunities to expand aquatics here and really courts if the facility were to be popular and continue to grow. So having this all be within this context of city property, offers us a lot of flexibility. So when we look at the capital cost and operations analysis, this is, again, work in progress. Where we sit today, the project's about 145,000 square feet and 74.7 million total project costs. And the way that breaks down on a construction side is about 62 million in construction costs and 13 million in soft costs. And then when we think about we have a cost estimating consultant on the team working with us as we continue to evolve and tweak the project. Same thing is true with our operations. So we are really at this point trying to provide tools and explore operations and capital cost depending on the program types that go into this facility. So we have built and tested many different facility sizes, and each time you do that, it has different staffing requirements, different square footage. And so working with the core team, we are searching to right-size this facility to create a base facility that addresses all of the needs and meets the goals that the core team has identified, but also maximizes our cost recovery. So understanding the goal of really trying to reduce that investment that the community makes into a project like this, and think about how do we create the highest level of cost recovery, but still meet those needs, because certain programs generate higher cost recovery than others, but high cost recovery programs and meeting all the needs and the unmet needs of the community sometimes don't align perfectly, or we would build more of a competition tournament facility, which is a completely different discussion. So we explored this at the request of the committee and looking at two scenarios where there's a third-party management of the facility, and then there's city-managed operation. These have, there's a lot broader discussion around this, and it's really kind of beyond the scope of this project in the short term. But we're trying to provide those tools and explore the variables that go into this. So third-party management of the facility has a 79% cost recovery as it currently stands, and the city-managed operation has a 91% cost recovery. And that's really due, when you just kind of look through our operations consultant is on the Zoom, should any questions, should he be needed for any questions. But on paper, when you look at the efficiency of being able to get dual use out of city staff and programs and marketing and kind of the work that they already have built, there's an inherent efficiency, again, on paper when you compare the two. So again, there's a much broader discussion philosophically, and they're kind of beyond the scope of this, but those are the two that are currently being explored, and that is an evolving model as program changes. Okay, I'm gonna, this is the last image that was created as part of the master plan, really just to show the potential of a facility like this. I'm now gonna turn it over to a couple of core team members that are gonna speak on their experience with the project, and then we'll come back with any questions.
Thank you.
Got to bring it down for a fifth grader. All right, everyone. Hi, my name is Jennifer Brown. I am currently the Recreation and Wellness Specialist with the Community and Senior Center under the Recreation Department. And I'm coming today as one of the core committee members who was given the opportunity to actually be on this committee and actually look at the design based on what our needs are within the community. I would like to start with Benjamin Franklin quote that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I really bring that forward right now because when we create a recreational center and a center that really creates and fosters a culture of wellness, we can actually help our community become a community that creates wellness around us. So I've worked most of my life in healthcare and on the acute side, and I actually moved over to this side because it's like being in quicksand and not being able to prevent anything if you wait till things get really bad. And so when we can create a facility that allows and fosters families and our community and a multi-generational facility to be active, we only continue to see them become better equipped in life and in their own livelihoods. Sorry, this thing's crazy. I did bring a couple statistics because that's just who I am, being in public health. One senior dies every 20 minutes of a fall-related accident. Fall-related accidents are not a part of the aging process. It is actually because you become weak in your muscle groups below your core, and it can also be because you're inactive. So in Montana, we actually have some of the highest rates of reporting of falls. 30% of our seniors in Montana report falling at least one time to their provider. It cost Montana in 2014 $130 billion for that. In Medicare costs, it costs $88 billion. Medicaid costs cost $22 billion. And for the private citizen, it costs Montanans $20 billion. Also, when it comes to activity, the CDC in 2016 reported from our data in Montana that 57.8% of adults only get 150 minutes of activity. Adolescents, 27% get the recommended activity levels. So while it may seem like people are getting out and being active, the data does not support that, and that's from medical reporting. So I am very happy to say that I think this community and recreation center really does lend it to a multi-generational center that can help our community and really have impact not only for the culture but for our health and wellness. So I really appreciated being on this committee, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm going to move this up now. Good evening. My name is Sean Seathouse. I'm here as a representative of the Core Planning Committee for the South Billings Recreation and Sports Complex, and as a voice for the many ICE user groups in Billings. It's been a great experience to be part of this planning process, and I believe we have a winning combination of athletic offerings in the plans being developed. Like what was said earlier, through this process, all of the groups basically gave up something to make it better for the whole. And it's really been a dynamic and wonderful experience. And speaking for the ICE users who are in this room and some had to leave, we have representation from adult hockey, youth hockey, figure skating, curling, learn to skate, learn to play, churches and homeschool groups, all currently using the only ice sheet available in Billings to stay physically active. We also have representation here from the potential new professional hockey team, the Billings Blizzards, that are very interested in additional ice and could become a catalyst for programming, growth, and tourism. Collectively, they represent hundreds and hundreds of weekly repeat customers, all who are residents of the community. If you build it, they will use it, and they will pay to use it. Our current rink, Centennial Ice Arena, despite being 40 years old, consistently generates a net profit. And the current facility operating board has voiced a willingness to collaborate with this new facility, not to compete with it. So I think that's just that as a show of community support for this from a really broad group of people in this community. I've also supplied the City Council with 2 letters of support from the outdoor ice organizations in the nearby towns of Lewistown and Red Lodge. They have each shared examples of how significant tourism dollars would come to Billings with an additional facility like this. I guess in closing, I believe that this new flagship facility has the potential to be a catalyst for better health, growth, and tourism in our fine city. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to reiterate a few things that I think not only does it provide recreational opportunities for everybody in Billings, but there's already a lot of business development on that south side. If you notice, there's fast food places going in. I know of more that are coming. They want to come. And I also am aware of a hotel that's looking at going in that area because of the anticipation of this project getting completed. And this also gives one of the things that you guys talk about a lot is safety of the city and get kids involved in something that's constructive that will get them off the streets and not going and breaking in houses at 16 years old. We'll give them an opportunity to go to a place like this and enjoy themselves, become a better citizen. That'll help the police department and everybody else, I think. The other thing is that this is an economic generator that is second to none in what's happened in Billings in a long, long time. It'll bring a lot of people in. I went to a basketball tournament for my granddaughter in Glendive. They had 86 teams there, and they were eighth grade and down to fourth grade. 86 teams in Glendive. And that brings a lot of economic business to your community, hotels, food. You know how that goes. It's just a great generator. So on behalf of Sabura, which I'm the president of, we support moving forward with this project and taking it down to the final stages and getting it completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Dusty, anybody else from the core team members? Any other And Dusty, when you come forward, maybe you could just tell anybody who might be watching how they can get a copy of the PowerPoint that you went through or any other materials who might be watching.
So any material, we will soon be hosting all of the material on a website. Prior to that, this presentation would just be available through Parks and Rec. I think it's on the Parks and Rec website. It is.
Okay, so people can go to the Parks and Rec, City Parks and Rec website.
Correct, to see the latest update.
Okay.
And again, this is still in process with completion later this summer.
Okay.
It was also in the weekly report that goes out, so anybody who looks to that weekly can find it from Fridays or Thursdays. Excuse me.
Great, thank you. So, Dusty, anything else in the way of your presentation, and before we open up for questions of you or other core team members from council here?
No, that concludes it.
Okay, so Council, what I'd recommend is that we just have an opportunity for questions, and then after we've done that for a little while, we can ask whether members of the public would like to comment further. Yeah, we'll just start down here, Councilmember Neese, and work this way.
I was hoping you'd start at the other end. So maybe,
well,
maybe
we can do that.
Some of my questions may be asked.
Let's go back. Let's go the other way. Well, that'll teach him. Councilman Repsis, go ahead.
All right, you can be second. All right, very good. Dusty, thank you, and everybody, thanks for coming out tonight. This is a great project, and we're all excited to see it moving forward. Wondered if you could, I think it was Sean that mentioned that all the groups had kind of given up something to move this forward, and with the under the spirit of collaboration and in trying to make sure that we all get something that we can be proud of. And so you see the modular approach with the ice, where we can add on a second rink. You see that approach with the courts, where we can add on more courts. But the place where it doesn't work is with a pool. We can't add on a second 25 meters. And so while it's good for this future thought to be expandable, it seems to me that aquatics is pretty much locked into whatever we decide here. We talked a bit about at least understanding the costs of what a second rink will cost, or what an extra 25 meters. And that was a couple weeks ago. You didn't know if you're going to have any more information on that. Do you have anything that you can kind of share with us preliminary, whatever, now? Or are we still kind of working on that and have to hold off to get those numbers?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Repsis, for that. So we are still, so we're exploring that. We are very close to the numbers. We actually, it's hard to, throw out preliminary numbers. So we're exploring the cost of adding a 50-meter pool. That was a clear message. The pool community, the swim community, came out in force at the community meeting to express that interest, that this is something that would become a regional draw. You heard it earlier with Bozeman being one of the few, and it currently closed down due to structural issues, that there's a tremendous opportunity to be one of the few 50-meter pools. It does come with a considerable cost, both on capital construction costs and also operational costs. So we are exploring actually a range of pool options for a larger competitive facility that would go from the current base facility to from 8-lane to 10-lane and then up to the 50-meter pool. So we're looking at that on a capital, we're looking at that on an operational cost, and then we are going to bring that first to the core team here very shortly, and then be able to make decisions from there.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And then just kind of in that same vein, what is your process from here on out? This is kind of our mid-project update. What's the rest of the project entail, and when will we be back here?
Yeah, so we will continue working with the core committee on finalizing program. That's all the amenities, the square footage, and dialing in the capital costs, with really the ultimate goal of that core committee. The way the process will be is the core committee will make a recommendation to the executive committee, and then that recommendation will be brought forth to council.
Sorry.
That will be brought to council in, again, mid to late summer is where we're targeting.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Your survey had 550 people. That's not even 1%. Is that really statistically valid for 110,000 people?
Yeah, it is statistically valid, and I've got ETC on the Zoom. If SRU, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right. Could you respond to that?
Yeah, definitely. So yes, we did have 555 completed surveys. That's actually over the average. Usually, typically, we do 500 completed surveys, and that is statistically valid. If you look at polls and everything, usually that's 5% plus or minus margin of error at the 95% level of confidence. So it's very common that 400 is actually the mark. So we actually went above that with 555, and that gives us a margin of error of 4.2% at the 95% level of confidence. And the reason we do that is cost. We could mail out to all residents in the city, but that would be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's where we can do it in a statistically valid way of 400 surveys, and that is going to be a lower cost. So just being a good steward of the taxpayers' money for that.
Thank you. Right. So one of the questions that I fill out a lot of surveys and I go, yeah, it's great, I'll do this, but they never have cost in there. So in your survey, did you say, are you willing to pay $50 a year, $100 a year, $500 a year? Was there any mention of money in your survey?
So there was no mention of money. There was barriers of reasons why there's not participation, and we did notice that fees being expensive but we did not ask a specific question of, I know what you're talking about, where, how willing would you be to pay X amount of dollars for the rec center? But fees was a question on there for barriers. And we actually, so we do a lot of surveys nationally, and we benchmark our numbers. And that was one that pinpointed that it was a little bit higher than the national average that we see. But that's the only question regarding fees that we had asked.
Okay, and then one last one is, we're having trouble now finding people to pave our streets, do cement. The 75 million, is that really realistic in our world today? Could it be more because you don't know what it's going to cost?
Yeah, good question, Councilmember Boyette. I think so our cost estimate currently has contingency built into it. We have been responding to the current market. This is absolutely a moving target, right? So we've actually, from the time we started this process approximately 6 months ago, we have actually escalated that accordingly as we're tracking both national and local data very closely. So this is something that all we can do is best reflect what we know today. And then when we get to final numbers, we'll make recommendations on an escalation factor built into the cost estimate that would account for that future increase. And again, we have to, it's a fine line there between waiting until we're at that moment to lock that in, build enough contingency in that we're comfortable moving forward, which we do a lot around school bonds, this type of thing. It's a very similar process. You have to lock into a budget and then get a bond passed and then move forward with design and construction. So you have to inflate those numbers to usually like the midpoint of construction. So we'll continue to build that in as we get closer to those numbers.
Thank you. Councilmember Purinton?
You took some of my thunder, but that's okay. I've got more.
I got more too.
I do. So, so one of the things that I looked at on your charts, it seems like some of the user groups that really want, whether it's ice hockey, competitive swimming, they're lower on the rating, but yet those are the user groups that are speaking out the loudest, I guess you would say. And so I don't know how that is justified, because to me, a lot of, even with the event that was at the library, to me, it was targeting, if you will, the user groups. And I'm sure a lot of the people here are involved in these major user groups, whether it's the ice, the swimming. And there is a question coming in here eventually, Dustin. But so my question is, how do we justify that? Because I understand that about surveys, and I have an issue with surveys because, I don't think 555 people really are the voice of Billings. So just explain that process of how, not really ignoring, but adjusting those user groups to kind of get the numbers that you want.
You bet, Councilmember Parrington. Thank you. So there's two factors there. The first is all of the program amenities that are in this facility are on that top tier of importance priority investment rating, right? These are things that we should be investing in. So it's balancing that with revenue generation and a well-rounded recreational facility. So it's important, and Jeff King from Ballard King is on the line, who's been working on the Performa, the operations model, and he may be able to weigh in from the perspective of revenue generation. But it's really about, from the core team's perspective, we went through numerous exercises where we explored every program possibility in this facility. So we're thinking about every possible space that we could have. We vetted them out, and we went through exercises testing how much revenue could that particular space generate, how important is it to the community, and how important is it then it is in this facility. And then we would provide that revenue component to, there's high and low revenue generation spaces, but it's also critical that we create a well-rounded, multi-generational facility so that we can have, for example, something important to the core committee is our court spaces can be they can be striped with pickleball for seniors during the morning, and it's youth basketball in the afternoon, on to adult basketball into the evening. This type of flexibility can occur within that one space. So thinking about how do we get dual use or multiple uses out of a single space, what's the highest need, and how is it going to balance in a well-rounded revenue-generating facility?
So that also goes back to the question that I know that all of us have had whenever this is presented to us is the O&M, the operation and maintenance of this facility. And I think that's what we were kind of waiting on for this design plan to come back to us. They said, well, we don't know how much it's going to cost, but now, are we at a point where you can legitimately say what that O&M would be?
Yeah, so Jeff, can you hear that question?
Yes, I heard the question.
So I might just ask you to speak to the question about operations, and I guess the presentation's gone. So we do have the model as accurate as we can with the assumptions we're at a master plan kind of level, but yes, we have expenses, we have revenue, and that's what resulted in the cost recovery of 79 and 91%. Specifics within that, we have a fair amount of data that kind of backs that up that Jeff can answer questions on.
Okay. Councilmember Tidswell?
I'm looking at your plan. You have 8 courts on there.
Correct.
You have a 25-meter pool, which limits us, right? We can only do short course, so we're not going to go year-round with competitive.
Correct.
That just cuts that off right away. We have about, 30 to 40 courts in town that can be used, but we're going to put 8 of those up. We got 1 ice rink, but we're going to put 1 more of those up. We're not going to build the 2. I'm just not seeing who gave what to who on that. I think we need a 50-meter pool, and I think we need a second sheet of ice. I don't think, is it a cost thing? I don't think we need 8 courts right now.
Yeah.
Why don't we add to the courts and get the ice and the pool rocking?
Yeah, Councilmember Tidswell, thank you. We couldn't agree more. I think as collectively as the core team, everybody, the 2 sheets of ice, the 50-meter pool, more courts. The courts are seen as a really important aspect of bringing in basketball, volleyball tournaments. It's probably one of the largest needs that we continue to hear is court time. Again, it's trying to right-size the facility. If you have seen the master plan that was completed in 2019, that facility had a series of scaled options. So it went from approximately 40 million up to over 100 million for the large facility. Mm-hmm. And the feeling among this core committee is we need to define the right size facility that addresses the basic needs, that can accomplish tournaments, that can meet the unmet identified needs of the Billings residents, but don't get too large to where we essentially price this out of any reasonable scale project. So if we can, the direction from the core team is if we can create that right size facility and then think about add-ons as future potential. For example, if we have a core facility and then some private fundraising comes along for a second sheet of ice or more courts, is that a good scenario, right? Because we all like to go big, but there's that sweet spot. Go ahead.
Granted,
Councilor Tizzle.
But you can't add another 25 meters to a pool.
That's correct, and that is exactly why we're exploring it right now.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Councilor Tricky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. Since the issue of competition for open fitness areas came up, I took a look at what you're doing there, and that would seem to be the one area that we're thinking about doing that would compete with the private sector. Do you have any intentions, or have you thought about doing a market study just to kind of get a sense as to what kind of an impact it would be, and would this actually, get used a lot since there's a lot of competition?
Yeah, Councilmember Tricky, I think it's a fair question, and it has been the one topic that I think has struck as potentially competing. And there's a few aspects to that. One is it hasn't been determined who's going to run that facility. So the core and executive teams have had discussion on that. May be a private lease space. That may make the most sense, that is shell space that could be a private entity running that within the facility. It's also been identified as an important, it continually ranks high among unmet needs, particularly I think thinking about the wide spectrum of people using this facility and providing access to everyone in a facility like this, that has been identified as an unmet need. And then a well-rounded recreation facility almost always has a fitness component. So from our national experts that have been a part of this process, it's always a really important aspect. It can be sized down, and we have continued to size it down, but creating that kind of well-roundedness among a multi-generational rec facility, having a fitness component is essential. So there's a lot of aspects to this that the core team has heard, and the executive committee. We met with the kind of contingent of private fitness club owners to hear them out and talk about, because they do have a lot of data, and it's certainly, I think everyone was very clear, this is not intended to compete with the private sector, but more be an enhancement. And a couple of our consultants have provided some research that shows it often actually promotes more private fitness because it creates a culture of fitness. Somebody that might not walk into a private club today can have a low barrier entry point at a public facility like this, and then move on to, I think that can always be debated, but it's just one of the discussion points that the committee has had.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, if you're dropping off your kid to be involved in something else, you have a choice now to either go to the fitness center or the Dairy Queen. If we don't build a fitness center, then
both are immediately adjacent. So
my second question is, talk to me about the suburban ditch.
Yeah, so our civil engineer on the project is working on kind of the realities of moving that. It does have to be shifted, but there's precedent of doing that several times kind of down the line. And their general feedback thus far, which has been fairly high level, is it's very doable. And when we've explored other sites, the other site being north of basically where the youth fields are on Easements Park, we actually explored that as a site as well. No matter where we locate this facility, that has to be moved. And we really at this point need to kind of check the box that it is a manageable thing. And we're working with them now to explore costs of doing that. But it's we believe it's doable.
Follow-up to that.
Go ahead.
Do we have any idea how many customers the suburban ditch has left north of the interstate, north of the Min Park?
I do not.
Because, I mean, that may change the answer.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We'll be looking into that further. We just finished testing multiple sites to make sure that this is the right fit, and now there's a fair amount more due diligence in that regard.
Details.
Thank you, Dusty. I would encourage you to drill down as much as you can on that issue of competition with the private sector in the fitness arena, just to get as much data reasoning as possible. It's not something we want to do, but everything the government does is at some level competition with the private sector. Everything we do could be done by the private sector, so doesn't have to be a total deal killer. But so gymnastics specialty facility rated very low. It was in that low priority category. But to me, it seems that the courts could double with the right mats and things like that. Are those in opposition, or is that something that you could make multiple use of the court facilities for gymnastics facilities with adequate storage for mats and things like that?
That's a good question, Mayor. Kevin, have you seen that in previous facilities before?
Yeah, absolutely. I can answer that question. It's a great question, Mayor, and thank you for having us this evening. There's good precedent for hosting gymnastics tournaments within court spaces throughout the country. And so one key example of that is there's a similar 8 basketball court facility in Rockford, Illinois, that annually hosts a large gymnastics meet where you bring in portable equipment into that location, and then it basically is a weighted down system, but you can then put the mats across the floor and you can turn the courts into a gymnastics facility from that nature. And it could be something that long term, let's say there's a huge demand for gymnastics, you could add on a gymnastics space to this facility, similar to adding on other courts. Or if it becomes viable down the road, you could even convert one of the courts to a gymnastics center as well, if that is where the best need is for that kind of space. So there's a lot of flexibility within the court area to be able to adapt and address that need in the community without building a dedicated gymnastics center.
Okay, thank you. And then the second, Esther said something about the fees that were being contemplated were higher than typical. I'm not sure I caught exactly what she said, so maybe she or you, Dusty, could clarify that. But it raises the question of how we would charge for using the facility for people who are not Billings taxpayers. In a perfect world, the county would be part of the funding mechanism here, and our refineries would be part of the funding mechanism here, and we wouldn't have to draw those distinctions. But obviously, if the county residents are not paying, they either shouldn't be allowed to use the facility, or better yet, they would use, but they would pay more. Can you describe how that differential would work, not just with county residents, but out-of-state residents, others, when they come to use the facility?
Certainly. I would weigh, Mayor, on first Esther to answer that question, and then Jeff King, if you would respond regarding assumptions for fees.
So just to answer that, we conduct hundreds of Parks and Rec surveys, community surveys. And with that, we benchmark, and then we also do a national survey yearly, a Parks and Rec needs assessment to communities nationally. And with that, we get benchmarking data, and those we have specific questions for that. One of that is barriers to why folks aren't participating or using facilities. And one of the questions, one reason is fees. And the national average was 13% for fees as being a barrier. And as on your survey, it was, I believe, 28%. I had the number in front of me, but so it was higher than the national average. So that was what I was saying, speaking to the fees. So,
and I apologize, Esther, you're saying that would be the percentage of operating costs to be covered by fees? Is that what is the percentage?
No.
It's what? Go ahead, clarify.
That would just be the fees for using the facility, whether it's membership fees.
It's the percentage of respondents.
Right, yeah.
Okay, it's just the number who said that the cost was a factor. Gotcha, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you.
So recognizing there's a sensitivity in the community at large about high fees, at this point, again, the whole concept of putting an operation plan together is very fluid. As Dusty has articulated, there's a lot of moving pieces. And as things become clear, we'll be able to drill down even more. But the modeling that we've done up to this point, I did one model where our tier system of admissions, it was $8 for an adult, $7 for a senior, and $6 for a youth. And then we looked at a model that might go to 10, 9, 8 in that range. And in addition to that, so they typically would have multiple tiers as far as admission rates go. So you have your daily admission as the elementary. If somebody's going to use the facility more frequently, you would have some sort of a membership or a pass. And in between those two is the opportunity to purchase punch passes that allow, again, if you had a birthday party and you had 10 kids, you could be able to buy one of these punch passes and save a little money. I want to say one other thing. We have not calculated in, at this point, any what the council referred to as resident, non-resident rate. We have a pretty strong recommendation if you're looking at that, and a lot of communities do that. I would look at whatever the highest rate is. So if you wanted to increase the county fees or increase out of region fees, I would recommend that you use that as your admission rate, and then you have a resident discount. So it just feels better when you're looking at a rate and then you have a higher non-resident rate. In some cases, that can be a disincentive where it doesn't feel good. So you're doing the same thing, you're just flipping it around. You're creating that higher fee, and that's your standard fee, and anybody living in the community gets a discount. That sure feels a lot better, and it does essentially the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Yep, discounts, not penalties, I guess. So, all right, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. A lot of the questions have been asked already, and I appreciate all the input, and I do appreciate the core members speaking, and particularly really talking about that health dividend. So this investment in activities and recreation and programming pays us a dividend in physical health and mental health, because there's an aspect of mental health that goes along with activities and community and participating. So on that theme, I was going to ask a little bit more about the youth after school program. That ranked pretty low, and I was just wondering, looking at your space, you have some spaces there that are community. How's the core committee kind of looking at that? Is that just, because you know that's something that I'm particularly interested in. I think we should invest a lot in our youth so that we get all of those dividends on the other side. So that's of particular interest to me. And we did tour the facility in Denver that had a maker space for young scientists that was beyond cool, I could just tell you. But how is that? How's the core committee really looking at that? Is that something still viable? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Joy. It's absolutely a discussion among the core team, particularly, even though it may have ranked low on the survey results, it's one of those, the kind of beautiful aspects of a multi-use space that there was already discussions with Newman Elementary across the street in how we could provide, among our core team, how we could provide immediate access to a facility like this for after-school programming, right? So youth programming, that's a programming discussion. Once the facility's there, there's so many uses within these space types that we're building that the program then can be built around all of these types of great, youth programs, whether it be youth sports or after-school activities, and be programmed into time slots within the facility. So it's been identified as really important. There's also been some core team members that have represented kind of the non-traditional sports, non-traditional activities. How do we continue to ensure that these spaces can be used for just a welcoming, kind of accessible space for everybody that might not fall into traditional hockey, basketball, and competitive swimming, but those kind of intermediate spaces. So we're talking a lot about that as well.
Thank you. Councilor Rowan?
Mayor, I have so many questions, so I will try to be quick. And let's see how many of these we can get through before you cut me off. So you talked a little bit in your presentation about trying to be both a community space and not purely a competition and training facility. But my concern is that we've missed significant competition and training opportunities by trying not to be a training and a competition facility. So I just want to talk about that for a second. For the teams that would use this as a competition facility, whether it's ice or swimming, do you anticipate they will also practice here, or will they practice elsewhere and only have tournaments here?
So that is a big question. I don't know that. So it would depend on let's say the courts, for example. The idea is sports tourism being a big aspect. Right. So the Glendive tournament that Mr. Zier discussed, that's 86 teams coming to Billings, and we don't have a facility to currently host that. So
but for like the Stingrays swim team or a local ice hockey team, would you see them practicing here?
That's such a big programming thing. I mean, I would see, for example, the swim they need every ounce of water they can get access to. So they're likely going to have scheduled time here for practice, and then they're also going to have swim meets. They're also going to take advantage of the other pools.
So I think you're right, and that gets to what I'm going to say next. I think that we have opportunity here to have really high quality competition space, but I don't think we've done enough here to achieve that vision. So I'm definitely on board with a larger pool, but also I don't see any athletic training space here. I don't see any warm-up or recovery space here. I know there's questions about does the gym space compete against the private sector, but that gym space is part of warming up and cooling down before and after competition. I don't think we have nearly enough locker rooms here. If we're going to have, we have an opportunity for a facility that could do multiple events at once, but there's not enough locker room space here. And little kids might not need that, but the bigger you get, the more you need a little room. So I just think we're under capitalizing the opportunity to really be world-class in competition. That's just one question, Mayor, and then I'm going to do the others much faster. Do you want to answer any of that?
You just joined our marketing team. So, I think, so that's, for example, the sports training. That was one of the key aspects of leaving a fitness component in this, that we can get dual use again out of that space for sports training, right immediately there. When it comes to swimming, we have 3 lanes that are tied to the leisure pool that would be warm up, cool down lanes. Okay. So we're finding these ways to meet both the needs of the competition and still provide that kind of training support space. Locker rooms, we can continue to finesse that. That's certainly a fair comment. But really being able to get that dual use on some of these spaces, I think this has been really helpful from our core team's perspective in pushing this and continuing to find ways to maximize what this potential can be. It's been a balance of going all in, and there was fear that now we're a $125 million facility and we need to pull it back. And so finding that.
Granted, but if we're into marginal costs, debt service on a bond, the difference between dollar figures is not that great. Okay, so enough on that. Yep. As a mom, the location of the party room that far from the pool is a little bonkers. So I get it, it's great for the clip and climb. All I'm suggesting is, have you thought about things that might be a little bit more portable? So for example, some little rental cabanas that you could pop up around the rec pool area so parents could watch, a 10 by 10 or a 12 by 12 that could be taken down but also reserved. Are we looking for ways to build in more party space? Because that's not going to work for pool birthday parties.
Yeah, Kevin, do you want to maybe just add some context to that from your perspective? It's a good comment.
Absolutely. That's actually something that we were just exploring today with Dusty's team as well, talking about potential shifts and adjustment in the plans that a previous iteration had a party room directly attached to the indoor aquatic space. And typically that's something we would like to provide. And, you know, one of the comments coming out of this session tonight may be that we look to explore maybe some additional amount of party multi-use room type spaces within the facility that could also accommodate some of those other alternative use areas like Councilor Joy was talking about. And then we can also explore other party room opportunities, because there's other party rooms that would like to be used for, let's say, the ice facility as well, or the basketball facility. So we can spread these around, and, you know, to that notion about team rooms a moment ago, that's something that can be provided off of like the court space, and is something that can be typically done. So these are all things that we can take into consideration and take back to the core team and executive team.
And again, it's the highest revenue per square foot that we can generate. So
Agreed. So
it's
I think
really
a
great
little
comment. It's a really good comment.
pop-up rental something would be better than a room that far away. And then last question, when you talk on your O&M analysis, when you say you've divided up between city staff and third party, do you mean third party private sector, like they would have a profit motive in there?
Correct.
Okay, so where would like a nonprofit development council like the Amen Park Council sit? Does that sit on the city side or the third party side?
Yeah, good question. Okay, so Jeff, can you answer Councilmember Owen's question there?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And Dusty, I want to correct something. I mean, in our vision and putting that third party, it was not, you will notice we did not include any management fees into that. So we did not take a hard look at actually hiring a management company to come in and manage it. We have said that if it was a third party, I know that we've had some discussions with different groups coming forward to possibly operate it, even somebody like the YMCA. Those types of possibilities exist. Again, we're really high level right now. We haven't gotten into the weeds on a lot of this stuff, but that was a difference, and we were asked by the committee just to, and we're not promoting it one way or the other, we were just asked to look at the cost differential if the city were to operate it, and we could take advantage of some of the economics on the cost side, the operation and expense side, and we've done that. That's why you see the range.
Okay. So we don't exactly know. I think the bottom line to answer that question is you don't know at this point what a nonprofit would amount to for cost recovery. Correct?
Correct. Well, we don't know we don't have the exact numbers for anybody at this point, even if the city were to operate it. As we said before, this is a work in progress. It's fluid. Once we have better and stronger direction from the core committee in terms of what those components are, we can drill and get down to the very, very specific elements that you're asking about as we move forward.
Jeff, is it fair to say, though, to the question that however we define third party, whether it be a nonprofit or a private entity, anybody besides the city, that's still a good comparative data, correct?
Yes.
Because we're gaining efficiencies in already existing city staff, city marketing, city programs. So that's the differentiator. Whether or not it's privately managed is really, it's kind of irregardless of who that other entity might be.
And I think that another question that aligns with that is how much control is council comfortable with giving a third-party operator in the operation of that? Do they want to have control over fees? And, and again, that's for discussion down the road.
In your experience around the country doing this, Jeff, what if I can ask a loaded question, I suppose, what percentage approximately of facilities like this are managed by the city or the Parks and Rec department versus an outside entity?
A high percentage is municipally operated. I would say that's probably over 80%. We are seeing a trend with a lot of communities looking to partner with YMCA's in particular, because a lot of municipal governments are, they are looking at ways to consolidate and lower costs for the taxpayers. And so the YMCA has become a player in that. But there's also fees that are paid to the YMCA. I know one operation recently that went that direction. They're paying $150,000 a year for operation fees, and then the city's still on the hook for any shortfall from the operations, and on the hook for any capital.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Councilmember Bernice?
You done, huh?
No, but I'll stop.
Okay. So a lot of the good questions, and a lot of them were answered. Actually, I was going to ask, but I do want to talk a little bit about, as far as the size. I agree with Councilmember Owen that this plan, I don't think it goes far enough. And I think Councilmember Rupp's mentioned this also. But my feeling is if we don't do it now, if you don't build it now, it's not going to be built. And so for us to go to do it halfway, we have lots of parks around the city, they're half done. And so if you're going to put this forward and do it, it needs to be what it needs to be, and not the first time. That's my comment on that. But I am concerned, and Boyette brought this up, is the survey doesn't ask about costs and fees and what the tolerance are. It would have been a great avenue, since already answering the survey, for us to know, what would it, how would this impact, were they willing to pay this property taxes or bond appetite or whatever it may be. Those type of surveys, especially since they're right there now, answering the questions, would be very helpful for us to have that. And that's too bad that information isn't here.
Sir, wasn't there a question or two regarding kind of public versus private investment in this? And I feel like there was a question in there, and I don't have it.
There was about taxes versus user fees.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Yes.
Yes. So it was, I don't know if you have the slide. I have it if you want me to show it.
How was the tax question with us locally related as far as then the national average, kind of like with the fee? Fee was a little higher.
So I don't have that information nationally wise, but the question was asked for the type of programs. What would you want? Would you want them to be paid more in taxes versus user fees, or the gray in the middle is a mix between tax support and user fees? So that's the question that was asked. And then after that, we asked, well, out of these programs and services, which ones are you most interested in? And we could see the importance in that. But that is the question, I believe, Dusty,
that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Dusty, may I have one other thing to that? It's when you're doing a survey on the front end and you don't know what the components are going to be, at this point, it's a difficult question to ask about fees. We have seen oftentimes you can come back once you have a program defined and you have a plan in place. We have a lot of clients that then will go back and do a survey and ask specifically about that building, about the funding mechanism for it, and about the fees and charges. So it's hard to do that when you're doing a survey on the front end.
Okay, Councilor Bernice, more?
I do, yeah. And Danny brought this up about the issue that gentleman had public comment about the fitness centers. And that is a concern for me to see that this would compete with them. If anything, I think it needs to be a very small, or maybe only available, if we're going to have a fitness facility, usable to just the athletes that are participating in that particular sport then, for where they're warm down, up, down, whatever they're doing for that. Because I don't want to see this become, like he cited, that other communities were losing fitness centers. I think that's a really important thing we have to do. And it was also cited this community gets healthy. I think that if there's not an opportunity for people to use a facility, and they may become less healthy in that, but if there is an opportunity, they can take advantage of it. But there are some people, unfortunately I may be one of them, that if you build it, I probably won't come. I'll visit there and enjoy it from time to time, but it's not something that I think that everyone is going to do. So I would like to see, when we say these centers are built in a community like Cody or Gillette or some of these other areas, what is the health? Is there any kind of health rating that we can see? Does that city actually increase? Can we prove that building a center really makes the community more healthy in some way or another, whether it's lower deaths or falls or whatever it may be? I'm not going to go into too much about the cost of private versus public. I don't agree with those numbers. I'll have to look into those a little further. We heard some testimony from the T-bid. I'm hoping that we hear more from them as far as how they can support it financially. And so I look forward to hearing more about the T-bid on other ways that we can fund this besides just the taxpayer dollars and that.
Just on that, Councilmember Neese, they did, at a recent presentation I was giving to them, we asked specifically that question, and they said, bring us the request and we'll help. We are in support of it, but we need a very specific request. And so I think it was showing just a really strong and positive support from their perspective, and it's early in the process. They needed more specificity before they could support anything.
Yeah. And I think when we talk about Gillette, Cody, some of these other facilities that they have, those are in taxing states. They have sales tax there. People are paying for it through the sales tax. They have, Cody's big tourism. Gillette's got a big energy industry there, and so a lot of that pays for it. And I agree with the mayor. I think this needs to go forward with a city-county, not just a city, just like we did with the library. I mean, there's a really good partnership. When we think about what this county is going to benefit off of this, I think we're going to. So, my question is there been discussions with the county to bring this in as a partner, so it could be a city-county facility?
Guess that'd be a question for Chris, or?
Yeah, I think I would punt that to you, Chris.
I would say the statutes exist in Montana to do that. It will require, as you would imagine, a relationship or an agreement by the county. In this case, if a district were to be created with some different boundary, but in Montana, you can create an entity to do something like that. We've looked at it very little, but I think it's something that, depending upon your perspective and the county's perspective, is worth, after we get past this and determining, okay, now this is what we're going to do, how regional is it, and who should be helping to fund it.
And I think it is regional, and we heard from someone from Huntley tonight that, they really want this facility. So I think every city around here is going to want to participate in this. And then the only last thing I'll say is, it had to do with the facility itself. When I look at this, and maybe you've got some other plan for this, but one control or cafe as a kind of a side thought there, concessions is way too small. So this is going to be a regional facility. You think about what the Metro does, and they have concessions all around the place. This needs to have, if you're going to have this a regional facility, if you have people coming there to see these events and they have to sit there and wait in lines for bathrooms and concessions, they're going to hate the facility. Yeah, customers need to come and go very, very quickly.
Great feedback. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, very good. Council, it's 12 after 9. I think
Mr. Mayor,
we'll wrap up here.
Make a disclosure.
Okay.
I should have mentioned the fact that the gentleman who was talking about the open fitness areas is my brother-in-law.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, you missed me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilmember Gulick, I apologize. So Council, we'll hear from Councilmember Gulick. He'll have some questions, and then I'm going to ask the public whether there was anybody who wanted to comment further, and then we'll try to wrap up and let everybody go home. So, Councilmember Gulick.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and Dusty and your whole team. I'm going to struggle to present this as a question, but it does seem to me that the project fundamentally is a regional competition center in the sense that its location, right? It's not in a place that is easily accessible for a lot of people in the community, right? It is sort of on the edge of the community. It's ideally located for regional in terms of being right near the interstate, by hotels and things like that. But it's not also easily I mean, for special user groups on ice and whatnot, I mean, I think it's great opportunity for them to have this facility, right, in their community. They're going to have to travel to get to it, though. It's not just sort of the neighborhood kind of a place. And so I think the challenge for us is finding the right balance again, but you want to be able to have utilization throughout the day, and in the mornings and before high school team competition might occur and things like that. So I understand there's just a lot of variables at play, but it just does seem to me that it is fundamentally a regional competition facility, and funding ought to reflect that, I guess, as well, to the best possible in terms of us figuring out our strategy for funding that. My question then is probably more to the city, to the rest of us, is how do we connect this more effectively to the community? I think one of the things that we need to do is connect it to the marathon loop. If you have a regional competition happening, you have parents. They're going to want to do some things while they're waiting for their kids to compete, and being able to access the marathon loop can be a big part of it for people who are not competing, but also for people in the community to access this facility. I think that's also really key. So something for us to be thinking about in the future. So I guess there probably wasn't really a question in there. My apologies. Comments though.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask for a show of hands in the audience. Is there anybody who would like to comment on this topic? Okay, so council, is there any objection to my opening up for public comment? You following the usual procedures? Councilmember Neese?
We had public comment earlier, and I'm not objecting to public comment now, but I want to say that we had that 15-year-old here that spoke. She was very, very good. I just want to make sure that if someone knows her, to let her know how she was very well spoken, articulate, really expressed her views well, and her public pose was great. In fact, I think she speaks better than me and Ed and some of us at times as we stumble over our words. So she did very well. So if you know her, please thank her. And that. So yeah. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Very good. So anybody who comments now, you've got tough standard to live up to. So, but no, don't let that deter you. Please come forward, even if you're not 15. Just ask your name and address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Okay. My name is Heather Hassick, and I live at 6607 O'Donnell Lane. I have 3 competitive swimmers. And I want to say that in general terms, I was very pleased with the comments that I heard this evening. I think we do need to build this facility in this community, and I think the council is right when they say that we need to build the right facility. And I understand that the sky is not the limit and that we need to be fiscally responsible when we build this facility, but at the same time, if we're going to spend $73 million and not build the facility that we require, we've wasted $73 million and a lot of time. So my take on it is, let's do it right and still be responsible. Don't be crazy with this, but build it in a way that we can get what we need. Now, from the perspective of a swimmer, that 8-lane, 25-yard pool is not going to get it done. There are 3 50-meter pools in the state of Montana, none of which are in Billings, and one of them is now down for the foreseeable future. That was the location for Summer Long Course State in July. There's no way they're going to fix that structure in time. We are now scrambling. I have 3 different hotel reservations in 3 different cities for the same weekend, and there's a possibility we may not even race in the state of Montana for the Montana State Championships because we don't have a facility. Long course must be done in a 50-meter pool. We have to have it, and there aren't any other options in the state. And building a shorter pool doesn't get it done. If you're concerned about cost, I will say that at the time of the year that we need the most pool spaces in the winter, we're racing in 25 yards. You can bulkhead a 50-meter pool and essentially gain 2 pools for the price of 1, and it would double the pool space. We have 4 high schools in this city with high school swim teams. We also have a club with 140 swimmers on it. You cannot race them out of the 2 6-lane pools that we have in this city right now, and both of them are privately owned. If something were to happen to one of those pools, we would be down to 1, and with this facility, only 2 8-lane 25-yard pools, and that just doesn't get it done. If we had a 50-meter pool, we could race, we could bring in the regional things, we could race short course and long course, which makes this a year-round option. It also gets us, our kids, out of the snow. They're going into Rose Park in June. They will probably be swimming in the rain. They may be swimming in the snow. And if we had this facility, it would get them into a facility where they would have the proper training, the proper equipment, and the ability to race year-round safely and effectively. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any other public comment on this topic number 7? Anybody else? And if there's anybody else, please make a little line so we can, well, please stand up and get behind her. Yeah.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South. I live on the south side. The south side is a disadvantaged community. So I wonder what arrangements, what plans are for making this pool, this lovely facility, accessible to the very people of the community, the neighborhood that it sits in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't like microphones, so I'm going to stand back a little bit because I'm naturally a very loud person. My name is Brenna Urena. I live at 4067 Wood Creek Drive, 59106. I'm here on behalf of all the people that will be using this facility. My main user group right now is ice. My husband plays hockey with the men's league. My son plays 12U. And what we're finding the biggest challenge personally right now in our rink is we are out of ice time. We cannot fit everyone in and grow the program to the potential we know it has. We are capping numbers because we just don't have the space. I personally would be super excited to drop my son off at hockey practice and not sit in a freezing cold rink and go work out, or sit and have a coffee at the cafe and not have to leave or just sit in my car for hours. So having the opportunity for all these other things, I have a child that is older that really is disappointed when we say, we have this game, but we only have an hour in between, so we can't leave, and there's nothing to do. So being able to say, all right, well, what would you like to do? You can go to courts, you can swim, you can climb, you can do activities. Having opportunities that keeps us all in one place is great, instead of the divide and conquer. It is imperative that as our city, we grow and help our community grow, because we're just falling behind in areas. And I do really feel like this is a great opportunity for us to raise our hand to say, we're the best in the class. Come enjoy our facility, get people here. I know it's a big opportunity for the swim group. It's a great opportunity for our seniors. It's a great opportunity just in general for the entire community. And I know the price isn't great, but people have said it, if you build it, they will come. But if we don't build it in the right way, we're just stepping back into the shadow we are already in. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate you guys listening to us today.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Don't see any, so we'll close the public comment period. Council, there's no decision to be made tonight, but anything further? Councilmember Boyette?
Can I ask a question of staff?
Question for staff. Which staff?
Well, I noticed that Andy's not here.
Oh.
And he's the one that's going to tell us a lot of this answer. So can we have Andy come in the future?
We're not letting Andy anywhere near this project.
Okay. All right.
Just kidding. I don't know if you know this, he plays hockey, his boys play. I mean, Andy's involved, absolutely, but we don't make him to come to every meeting, even though every meeting, money's involved. So Andy is a part of the conversation for sure. And as we make our way through the progression, he'll be a part of anything we talk about on the financial side of debt, what the cost will be. And I remind folks, in this case, we're talking about what the total bonding costs are, which is a lot bigger number than if we would have talked about public safety as that ad was 11 million per year for perpetuity. If that would have been a facility or bonding, it would have been a whole lot more money than this. So, but scale in this conversation is coming out differently because it's a debt. So anyways, Andy will be involved. He is involved.
Okay. Council, are we prepared to move on?
Mayor, can I just, one
Dusty.
last comment. I just want to, on behalf of the core team, just say thanks to you, Mayor and Council, for very genuine feedback, thoughtful, kind of visionary comments. This is exactly what the core team was looking to get out of this, is just kind of what's the pulse on council. And so I just want to extend a thank you for your time and for feedback tonight.
And Dusty, while we have you and while we've got Jeff and Kevin, could you just remind this council, especially anybody who's new, these are familiar faces to me. I went down to Denver. This project's been going on for 4 or 5 years now. This isn't these guys' first rodeo, is it? Could you just tell the community a little bit about their expertise and vouch for them a little bit? They can add if they want, but I just want people to understand their level of experience with this kind of project.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. So Kevin Armstrong, when he and BRS have been a part of the master plan and now this project, he's based out of Denver, and they are rec center architects. This is what they do. This is all they do. This is their expertise, and they do it around the country. So they have a tremendous depth of experience and understanding in the nuances of successful programming for recreation centers all the way through the design. So we created a strategic partnership as us being the regional player and BRS being the national. And then additionally, we have Jeff King with Ballard King. They do this same level of depth and exploration for performa operations modeling specifically for rec centers. Jeff brings a tremendous amount of experience both in actually running recreation centers himself and now having a consulting firm that plans for the operations of rec centers. So, great team. We kind of put the band back together after the master plan to now and continuing forwards.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Dusty, you failed to mention that, from the operational side of it, I've operated 2 large facilities, both with 50-meter indoor pools and both with ice skating. So it's a building type that I've got experience in operating, as well as all the consulting experience.
Yeah, that's great.
Very good. All right, appreciate that. Everybody on Zoom, thank you very much for being here with us. We'll conclude there then item number 7 and move on to public comment on non-agenda items. So for anybody who's still here with us, if you'd like to comment on something that was not on our agenda tonight, this is your opportunity to do so. Just ask that you follow the usual routine of 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South. Dear Mayor and Council, I have written you now 3 emails, one today, and I'm hoping that you will get some more from people from the South Side. Addressing the colonial that we've talked about, the building called the Colonial on South 27th, which is just a hot zone, as I say, for crime. It's not the only one in town, and it's not the only one on the south side, and Mr. Skaggy, who owns it, is not the only landlord that does this. but the Colonial is notorious, and it is an awful example of what's currently happening on the south side. I wrote you some of the statistics from from last week, but as of May 21st, as of Saturday, 41 days since the first of the year, and there have been 100 police calls at the Colonial, 223 South 27th, 100. They include how many assaults? 3 robberies, 2 vandalisms, a stabbing, a shooting, a sex offense, burglary, theft, robbery, shootings, and 75 other calls that are just suspicious activities and disturbances. This is when we're talking about public health, and we're talking about a facility that costs millions and millions of dollars. How important it is to look underneath all that level of talking and get down to the reality of what this South Side particularly, but it's also happening in the Heights, I imagine. What is happening at the Colonial that contributes to our crime level, and the cost of those police calls over and over and over again to one location owned by one man, John Scoggie, who owned the Battleship. That was the same thing. It got burned, it was destroyed by explosion and fires, and then another house that's near me that again was destroyed by fires, 2 fires in one day. Over and over again, and havens for people camping out, but also drugs, sex crimes, all that kind of stuff. This has got to stop. I want you to think a little lower than this wonderful, beautiful facility, and think about what's happening right now, and think about the health and welfare of this community at large, because what happens on the south side affects everybody, affects you all that live on the other side of the tracks, affects everybody. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ed Hostetler, 1305 Nutter Circle, Billings, Montana. This council authorizes millions of dollars for new parks, authorized millions of dollars for a new baseball park. Council is studying an expenditure of $60 to $90 million for a rec center. Civic leaders talk about making Billings the destination for travel, attractive to families and businesses, wanting to escape the problems of big city crime and decay. Taxpayers authorized $13 million in the last 2 years for public safety. There are lots of public meetings recently about crime, rising crime, human trafficking in Billings and in Montana in general. But this council refuses to talk about rising crime and human trafficking as a result of parole dumping by the Department of Corrections. 2 recent examples from the Billings Gazette. Example 1, Jackson Herring, 29 years old, pled guilty to 7 felonies. Prior crimes were committed in Billings, in Bozeman, a number of thefts, but yet here he is in Billings committing more crimes. Example 2, Mario Drake, 33, a plea agreement, possession of drugs with the intent to distribute, engaging in the promotion of prostitution, one of which was an underage girl. He was just sentenced to 10 years in prison plus 5 years of supervision. Drake was convicted in 2013 of homicide. The judge sentenced him to 15 years in prison, but suspended 10 of those years. He actually served 4. He was released in Billings, not to the county where the crimes were committed, which happens to be Cascade County. Just a quick review of Mr. Drake. He's not in prison. He was released in Yellowstone County, not where he should have been released, in Cascade County. He was not supervised as he was committing more crimes in Billings. It's difficult to comprehend how this council expects to make Billings a safe destination for families and businesses while allowing the Department of Corrections to dump dangerous felons in Billings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one looks familiar.
Permission to approach the bench?
As long as you don't hit us, absolutely.
No, I'm serious.
You got something to hand out? Sure.
Got a couple handouts here.
Okay. High school water board.
And that's all I got to say about that. So again, I'm back here, same reason. Pre-releases and parolees. MCA 53-1-2022 does give DOC power to assign pre-releases and parolees, but where in this code does it give them the right to overwhelm a single city and county? Mr. Gookin claims Billings gets 27+% of these individuals. There are 7 major cities in Montana, which would equal out to about 14.3% each. That means Billings is getting almost double the amount that they should be getting. The intense supervision phase, how can there even be lack supervision when 80% of these individuals are back in the slammer within 6 years? Individuals sent here from other areas become Billings residents after 6 years at 80% recidivism, and the revolving door continues. So once they get sent here and then they get put back in the slammer, okay, now they were a resident of Billings, so they get sent back to Billings, and it just keeps growing. How does Billings get compensated for the state of Montana's job? Do your constituents feel safer? Do they feel more secure? Does the criminal image of Billings get better or worse with greater numbers of these individuals? The meeting at the Doubletree started out with the statement, Billings is the most crime-ridden city in the state of Montana. That brings a lot of business to this city. Do the police officers have more high-profile, dangerous encounters with these individuals, often resulting in the officer making a split-second decision on using lethal force? Put yourself in their place once out in a dark alley. These aren't jaywalkers they're dealing with. They got families at home waiting for them to come home. How soon are you going to ask constituents for another public safety mill levy to do the state of Montana's job? Please do the right thing and put a cap on the number that are sent to Billings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, former Councilmember Ewald. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Don't see anybody, so we'll close that comment period. We've got probably some questions. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment maybe for Gina. 45 years ago, when I was a detective for the Sheriff's Department, the most number of arrests I ever made came out of one building in the city of Billings. And guess it was the Colonial Court. And it hasn't changed in 45 years. Is there a way for us as the city to do something? You know, this is a common nuisance. This is a real problem. How do we address her concerns and everybody else's. The colonial court's a real dive, I have to say that. I mean, period.
I actually have, as of last week, I've asked one of the attorneys in my office to do a little bit of research. We are exploring the public nuisance action. There's a lot involved with that, so we're looking into it. It'll take some coordination with law enforcement agencies, potentially even code enforcement, or not potentially, but likely code enforcement. So we're looking into it. I just don't have anything that I can present to you right now as to what we will or can do right now, because I don't have any of the data. I'm very well aware of the complaints, and I get copies of the emails as well from Ms. Card and others, but I'm not aware of the actual data involved. So we're gathering all that and looking at it.
Okay, on this topic, Councilmember Ripsis?
Yeah, Chris, about a year ago or so, you sent a letter to a hotel up there on 27th, or I forget what the name of the hotel was, but it had a lot of these same issues, like a lot of police calls and those types of things. How is this different or similar to that situation? Because it seems like that has kind of calmed down a little bit.
Councilmember Rupsis, I don't know that it is different. I think that there certainly are, law enforcement could have communicated, and we know where there are problem properties. I think it behooves us to approach it all ways, both on the formal side as frankly, and I appreciate naming who the landlord is. Some of these folks live in our community and they need to be known. I think that pressure is only helpful. Since, I know it isn't your question, but it's coming up, the issue, I think, isn't it June 6th? We'll be coming back to give the council an update on the conversation about sober living facilities. So though you don't hear us talking about this each Monday night with you, it is absolutely a component of the overall work of making our community safer and working diligently as you are to hold the state accountable and the county accountable for their components of the partnership that we all have in the criminal justice system. So,
okay, Councilmember Purington.
Well, this is my soapbox again. I think Bozeman and Butte have public nuisance ordinances that require remediation, or not remediation, but oh gosh, terms lost, I just lost it. And nationally, there are public nuisance ordinances out there that have been, I guess, tried in the courts and they have passed, in that if there is a property owner, and, you know, whenever you say they're quite difficult, I don't know that, but what I do know is that they set it up where they have so many calls a month or whatever, and it puts them over into this category of public nuisance. And if the property owner doesn't take care of it, get the people out or whatever, then the property owner is going to be liable for that. And, you know, which I find very interesting, because we do use our public nuisance for our dirty dozen. And these are not criminal, they're civil actions. But these people have criminal action going on. The police have been there, they've documented whether there's guns, there's drugs, there's prostitution, human trafficking. I mean, those are kind of documented, and whenever they're there, you know, 100 times within, I don't know, what you said, Catherine, a week, a month, it doesn't matter.
141 days.
But the point is that there is documentation, and the police do not, need to be there doing that. So I do believe that there is much that we can do with public ordinance or public nuisance. There's also, the chief and I've kind of been back and forth on an email about Department of well, it's DEQ, what is that, environmental quality thing? Okay, so they have a program, and you can go on the website, and it has to do with meth remediation. And this is what I want to also propose to our legislators, is that last session, they did not make that mandatory. There's 3 elements in doing a remediation, but it's not mandatory. And I asked the guy at DEQ, in your utopian world, what would you do? And he said, make it mandatory. That means not only would apartment buildings, hotels, motels, they go in and they test. And they have to be called by law enforcement to go and do that. I can't call up and say, hey, go over there and do that. It has to be law enforcement and not specifically DEA. So there are some things I think that we can do. And if it's going to be hard to get it done, by golly, it's about time we get it done. And it's up to us to make that happen. So I'm fully on board with what you're talking about. I'm fully on board with what Frank is talking about. And I think that we need to get tougher as the legislators, if you will, of city government, to go to the state, to go to the governor and say, we want no more. And it's not a matter of them even paying us, because we can't do anything with the money anyway. So I'm totally on board for that. And, as much as we can push through the legislation or the legislature this session, we'll do it. It's not going to happen overnight. And I agree with Frank, if there's something that we can do now to say, we don't want any more, we can't take them.
Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. The other thing is the chief of police, I think it was last week, said his worst business in Billings is the Walmart on the West End for calls.
They can pay.
Maybe we should look at that also maybe as a public nuisance and say, we do it for the alarms for the fire department. If so many alarms, we're going to send them a bill. Maybe we should start doing that for businesses like Walmart, where they get 100 calls a month or whatever it may be. Just a thought. So if we're going to lump everybody in, let's throw businesses in there as well.
Okay, Council, it's 9:45. We'll try to wrap up. I'll just make a quick comment on Frank's point. I'm not confident we can just tell the state what to do. But to go to our legislators, look for any sort of solutions here, we do need the data, the facts. I don't think we have to believe Brian Goodkin's conclusion that we're just getting the number of people that we, quote, deserve. Can we do anything to collect that? At one point after that meeting, we talked about hiring somebody or teaming with the county to hire somebody to do the data analysis. I assume that's not something that we're really set up for internally to do. Do we have money? We could use ARPA dollars. We could maybe use some city council contingency dollars. Chris, is there anything happening to try to get to the bottom of what's really happening when it comes to the parole and probation numbers in Billings? Or anything you'd recommend that we could do?
Well, what the chief had shared a few weeks back is in part what they're working to do on data analysis, because our goal is to be able to both communicate with legislators effective on just this. What are decisions being made at the state level that are affecting us, as well as what are decisions making at the county level that are affecting us. So we can certainly, as a part of that education to ourselves, bring a work session update to you guys as to what we are collecting and what it's looking like at this point.
Okay, hopefully we move forward. Councilmember Neese, I saw his hand. Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I have to disagree with you. I think that it's not going to hurt to send a letter with a limit and saying, stop sending us these parolees because you're not sending enough parole officers. We're over capacity. I don't think it's going to hurt. I think if we send the letter
and I wasn't disagreeing with that. I'm just saying to just suddenly outlaw, that's a different deal.
I think if we send the letter, it's at least we have something. We've taken a stand. They may say no way, or they may say yeah, maybe I see the problem. Or worst case is we can go use that letter as a starting point to say, if we have to start as a city, start legal action against the state, then we have to do that. But we have to do something. This was an initiative that was passed last year. We sent a nice letter to them. We've seen no response. I think it's time to get a little bit tougher. on that. So I would ask that we kind of do that, and maybe, Chris, if you don't mind, I don't disagree with Councilman Purin about the nuisance ordinance, but I think that should be an initiative brought by council to direct staff to do that. So I appreciate Gina looking into that, but I think if she finds some deficits or can't find a way to enforce it, then let us know so we can actually make an initiative to move that forward to make the change. Since this is discussion time, when we get into initiatives, I'd like to just comment on initiatives, if you don't mind, Mayor, if we're...
It does look like we do have an initiative coming up, but let's try to wrap up with this area before we move to something new.
Yeah, I just want to talk about initiatives once we get to it.
Okay. Councilor Owen?
Chris, one thing that I would ask that you include in your analysis and data gathering is some look into the state's prison capacity. We've talked a lot about whether or not we need to expand our own jail and continue to put the burden on Yellowstone County taxpayers to serve a state problem. I don't think the state has expanded its prison capacity in decades. So they are essentially asking us to house their people, and then they're paroling them early because they don't have capacity. And so one of the ways I think they're shifting costs is failing to invest in their own infrastructure. And I'd like you to look into that a little and maybe bring us some information back.
Okay, let's move on to initiatives. We have one. Councilor Bernice, you have a general comment before we look
just
to Councilor
a general comment. When it comes time to council initiatives, I would like if we could get an update on the council initiatives from the city administrator that we've asked to move forward. And so I think it's important because he made a comment about how they're working on the sober living, but we're not aware of it. So I think it would be helpful for us and the public to know when they're seeing these issues that during the council sessions when we're talking about initiatives, it's like we can get it doesn't have to be a 5-minute, just a 30-second update. It's like, yeah, we've done some work on this, it's still moving forward, expect to see some things. So I don't know, Chris, if that would be helpful or if helpful to the council, but I think it would help for me and maybe to the public to know that we're working on some of these issues.
Okay, Councilor Tricky, you just sent around the council initiative proposal form.
Yes, I did. 2 things. One is quick. The one in front of you hopefully will be quick. City Administrator Kukulski, I had various conversations with a number of different council people about whether to push the YWCA initiative into next year or to do it in this year, and the general consensus is to do it this year. So if you can bring that onto our agenda at the next convenience. And the second one is I promised that I would ask council to consider donating $1,000 out of the council initiative fund for the YAMS art project that I shouldn't have put my notes away. For the YAMS art project for the COVID memorial student project that the mayor has generously offered to fund, but I thought that the city should do that. So,
What is YAM?
what?
Okay, I think we should spell that out.
Okay, Yellowstone Art Museum.
COVID, are you talking about the COVID memorial for Stillwater building? Is that
No, this is a project This is an art project that is being done by YAM. I forget the name of the artist, but she's going to be working with a number of students, and they're going to be doing COVID memorials.
I think that's Terry Porta, isn't it? Yes. Who did this mural here in this building in the parking garage?
Yeah.
As you enter.
Yep. So they asked for $4,000, and I'm making a motion actually that we. I guess you're going to have to put this on an agenda item.
Yeah, if this is approved, it would not approve the proposal itself, but just put it on agenda for a staff report and come back with a little more detail.
So then you need a second.
Okay, so is there a second for the, you're making a motion to do that. Is there a second to that effect? Councilmember Tiswell has the second. Any discussion on the topic? Councilmember Purington.
At this point, because we haven't approved the contingency budget, whether or not we're actually going to keep that in the budget, I would say that I would not, I won't vote for this at this point.
Would this be in this year's fiscal year or next year's fiscal year, Councilmember Trickey?
We're talking about this year.
So it is in the budget for this year.
Well,
So it'd have to happen before June 30th, I guess.
it's the contingency fund is my understanding. It's part of the budget, but the budget hasn't been approved. Is that correct?
It's incorrect from what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is you're talking about the current fiscal year, and it's true that in the current fiscal year, there's $25,000 there in your contingency fund, of which none of it has been selected for appropriation by you.
Okay, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a question for Councilmember Trickey. Where are these art projects going to be on display? And is the City Council going to get a prominent brass plaque above it saying, we funded this with $1,000?
Probably not for $1,000.
Not for $1,000, but anyway.
Do you know any more?
I do not know any more than I do not know any more about this than what was shared with us in email from.
Maybe you could send that around. Probably, I'm sure people would appreciate it if you got an email correspondence. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they send it to. They send it.
Oh, we got it. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Neese?
It was about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I won't support this. Because I don't like the idea that our council initiatives are turning to fundraising options and donations. I know I'd like to see us address more policy issues with our initiatives. We're starting to hand out money because we have a little bit, we have $25,000 contingency we haven't spent. It'll go back into the budget next year. It saves the taxpayers some money that we don't spend it. So I think we need to look at, what the initiatives are for. If it's for fundraising for organizations, I'm going to start putting a lot of initiatives out there for a lot of my organizations that I support. I guess I can't vote on them or something, but I'll ask some other council member to put it forward. But I don't think this is what an initiative is designed for. I think it's for policy issues that we should move forward and not just fundraising.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we put it to a vote? Okay, so we're going to have a vote whether to put this on the future agenda. So the motion is to do that. If in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Owen, Joy, Cole, Trickey, Tidswell. If voting in and Gielich. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Rupsis, Boyette, Purington, and Neese. So motion passes. Motion passes. Okay, is that the end of our initiatives? Okay, then council, we are adjourned. Thank you.